Welcome, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stilezzi here with a Wars of Liberty Age of Empires 3 casted stream today. We haven't done it for probably 2 or 3 weeks, so I figured why don't we come back to this? I did press people earlier in the week to get some Rex up so we could do this, and thankfully Nathan came through to save the day. So Nathan is very blessed for getting us this stream today, so thank him for this. If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't be doing this today. So yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a big day for the channel since I'll be doing that platformer game. I'll just call it that. I'll probably put up some sort of post tonight related to it, so you know what it's all about. Share the stream to a few Discord servers, and we should be all set. I'm trying to pick and choose which ones we're going to do it on. Obviously, the Wars of Liberty ones are probably top priority. A couple of other AoE3 ones as well would be preferred. So yeah, that should be good. Yeah. For some reason the keyboard's acting a little fruity here, so I'm trying to type that in properly. Ugh. Yeah. It's alright though. So, who's happy to see some game wrecks from the community again? It's rare that people ever remember to record these things. I remember back in the day as in like 3-4 months ago, back in the spring, people seem to remember to save their recordings and submit them. But lately, people just haven't done that, or the activity has slowed down a bit. I think it's that Wars of Liberty phenomenon where the games slow down before a big patch comes out, because people want the new content. It's not out yet, so they kind of get bored with what they have now. I don't know why they do that, but it's just some psychological phenomenon that seems to occur. Nobody says it or admits it, but it happens. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, I'm trying to paste this in here. I'll just keep it simple there. Kiss principle, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Because I just want to get through all this posting stuff right away so we can get to the meat and the bones of what the stream is all about, which is the castings. I'm going to have to count how much we got. Wait a second. I thought it... Wait a second. What's wrong with this crazy thing? I just press enter. Ah, there we go. Finally. I was like, wait a second. I thought I put in a ping there, and I'm like, oh, man. Ugh. Yeah. Things like that happen from time to time. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, hopefully you enjoyed today's showcasing of all these recordings. I wanted to get enough of them so we knew we were doing something for majority of the time. Because I think there was a week where I thought I had a good lineup, and then I think a lot of the ones were severely outdated with the patch, and I didn't realize that. And then they ended up becoming a bunch of duds, and I only got to do like 2 or 3 of them, and I was like, man, completely ruined the idea of the stream. And then I was like, oh no, I thought you had like 20 of them, and I only had 3 of them, like that. And it was like, yeah, so that's why I always make sure now that I got the right stuff. Thankfully, though, I don't have to deal with that specific problem because, you know, the patch 1.1.5 has been out for quite a while now, for about a month or so. So we don't have to worry about version mismatch type errors occurring that much anymore. Next version we are going to be getting for Wars of Liberty will be the Middle East patch, just so you know. There's going to be no hotfixes, anything like that between now and then. That is confirmed. And I can confirm that to you right now. If you go and look at the GitHub changelog that's on the Wars Liberty Discord server, you will see changes to the main file alongside that of the Middle East. So you know, even without me telling you, that the next version of Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty will be Middle East patch. Which for you is probably really happy because you've been waiting for this thing for God knows how long. A decade? Yeah, a decade. 10 years. Yeah, because we just had the Wars of Liberty 10-year anniversary about a month ago. So yeah, that's something that's occurring now, man. So, yep, most definitely. Let me just go through the rest of these servers and we should be all set. Yep. I always try to hit them all so we can get as much viewers here as possible and get as many people interested in Wars of Liberty as possible so we can have, active games all the time. Since that sort of thing has slowed down recently, I want to, pick things up a bit with the pace and the speed, Yeah, basically just that, you know what I mean? And to do that, I gotta show how good the competitive stuff is in Wars of Liberty for tournaments and stuff. Which I can tell you, Wars of Liberty is super tournament friendly, at least in my opinion, so we should definitely be hosting more of those. I will be hosting a Middle East tournament when the Middle East patch comes out. That's something I said I was going to do, and I plan on holding that to be true. So don't worry about that. That's confirmed. We are confirmed to be doing that. So for all you people that were awaiting the Wars of Liberty Middle East tournament idea before, I'm going to be the one doing it this time unless somebody wants to take up the mantle. But yeah, if nobody comes in and says, "Oh, I want to do it," I'm doing it. And I think I have enough experience in this whole thing to make it happen too. So yeah, shouldn't be a big deal. Shouldn't be a biggie, Not a biggie. No biggie involved in it. So, yeah. All I really have to do is just make sure I say, okay, no hacking, no cheating, no using exploits. None of that sort of thing. As far as all the other rules is concerned, I kind of let you use whatever civ you want, any card that you want, anything like that. Because a big proponent of why we have these tournaments, what they used to be in the past, was to be part of something we call a cheese hunt, which basically is there so we can find the bugs and the stuff that really shouldn't be there and then patch it out in a hotfix right after the tournament or during it. That's some really good development skill stuff. So that's kind of what I want to do here. You know what I mean? I want to kind of do that. I want, if there is some nasty strategies out there that people are going to use, let them use it again and again and again. So it tells the devs and it knocks them on their little cranium. Knock, knock, knock. You gotta fix this, knock, knock, knock, like that. And they'll go like, oh man, look how my games got destroyed by that. That's really bad. So yeah, that's the way you do it, You gotta be strategic like that. Sometimes things go under the radar for way too long, but if people see it in a bunch of organized games, oh man, then you realize, oh boy, we gotta fix this stuff. Otherwise it's gonna turn into a real conundrum in the public image, yeah. And now we're going to be counting the record games we'll be doing today. I'm going to the page right now, and I'll download them all, and I will post them right in. So what do we got? Let me see here. Rex. So, starting up here, we got... trying to count them out. Okay, so we got uno. 1. We got 1, dos. Actually, let me pull this screen down a bit so I don't have to keep reaching my head over like a turtle. Tres. We got cuatro, cinco, seis, siete. So about 7 here. Very good. Very good. I kind of wish you didn't name them that way because it's kind of a telltale, I think, which is not good. And then we got ocho here. Got nueve. And dias. And then we got once and doce. So we got 12. 12 matches. That's pretty fair. I mean, I've usually been kind of greedy in the past and said I want like 20, like 20 or more. But honestly, if these are some pretty lengthy games, this could last the whole stream. And even if it doesn't, I'll play some either D or Wars of Liberty for you. You know, so the stream lasts long enough. That's something I do that not a lot of streamers do. Is even though the topic is supposed to be a cast of game stream, and that's what it's supposed to be about, I will actually go and play Wars of Liberty after the fact just to keep you all entertained and get more people encouraged to watch the stuff I did before. Yeah, I'm very committed in that sense. I don't hold anything to chance. I always want to, you know, do stuff like that. So yeah, all right, closing Chrome right now so we don't lag like a, I don't even know what to call it. Let me find what the first rec is, and then we should be able to start. Pull it up right here. We got the record games, right? So this is where we pull our recorded games up in this. Hey, it's still loading, huh? Yeah. Sometimes it takes a few seconds. All right, here we go. And then we'll just search it up, and then we'll be able to, do it. Let me go back down here so I can look at it. I was reading something from the developer of Order Guzin about some new open world mechanic he's adding to it. That's gonna be pretty nice. Like when I start streaming that again, we're gonna have open world quests and variables and stuff. It's gonna feel a little bit less linear and gonna have more possibilities. Pretty much. So yeah, that'll be good. I don't know how in depth it'll be, but it should be pretty good from his thoughts. So that's great. So what's the first game called here? It's called Alemania versus Haiti. Senor Viringo versus Alucard. Ooh, now that's an interesting one. Okay, so let me find that. Alemania versus Haiti. I don't think we have any dupes called that. We could, but let me see. Alemania. Alemania. Where's the E? Alemania. Where are you? There he is. That. Portuguese. Yeah, that is true. That's factual. But Alemania versus Haiti. First casted game of the day. Alright, is there anything people want to know about before we start? Nope, that looks like we're good. Okay, let's get into it. I'm going to get into yapping mode now, so get ready. I'm going to yap. If you like to hear me talk, I'm going to talk for probably like 6 hours, hopefully. Or however long these recordings gets me, so we'll see. Alright, so here we are in game number 1. We got Viringo as Germany and Alucard as Haiti. 1v1 on the Thanksgiving map. So this is not a competitive ESOC map. This is a normal map. It's called normal because it's normal. It's not competitive. But as far as like balance is concerned, it's far from normal because it can be pretty unbalanced. So just consider that. Basically in Thanksgiving, the way the map works is you start with extra villagers called pilgrims, a number of those, and then you have your regular villagers. This map is also littered with tons of treasures and crates that you can pick up. You get a pile of squash that you can pick up with a villager. You get these other little cool nifty treasures that have food in them. Food treasures is what this map is most known for. Yeah, and as far as natives is concerned, you do have some Huron natives here usually called One Dots and Wars of Liberty, so you got that going on. So yeah, it's a pretty good map indeed. So yeah, let me see what this is. have an emergency regarding traffic or something. Now I can talk for real. So, uh, basically, I decided to run the first minute or two of the game just because it was just starter stuff. It really didn't matter a whole lot. The only thing you really need to pay attention to at this point is on the German side here with Viringo, is basically the fact that Germany now has the British civ bonus of manor houses, which means this house here called the Meizkaserne in German will actually give you a free village if you build the thing. It's a little bit more expensive. It's the cost 135, just like the legacy cost for a manor house with the Brits. And the idea is try to build these houses as fast as you can so you can get extra villagers. As you know, houses have a build limit of 20 in Age of Empires 3 on average, so if you can build 20 Meizkasernes rather quickly, you're going to boom up by 20 villagers, which is pretty good, you know? To boot, we're on the Thanksgiving map, which means you get about 4 or so pilgrims as well that you start the game with, so that's even more villagers that you're able to utilize from the get-go. So that's pretty good, right? Yeah. So let's look at this deck real quick so we can figure out what's going to happen here. So this is the Viringo style Germany deck. So what he does is he starts out with Naturalist Expedition. This is a clone of the Furrier card, so it boosts your hunting and your berries, so all your early game food sources. He also has Hobrecht Plan. This is the same as Virginia Company, so this will cheapen your houses to about around 87 wood or so. Pretty good. You got Breslau Weavers. This will allow your Meizkasernes to be built 50% faster. Also gives you a wagon to build one too. So you also get a free villager with it. Surprise, surprise. That's pretty good. It's better than the standard card. You know, it's better than the version that the Brits get. The version that the Brits get only deals with like the building aspect. This at least gives you a Meizkaserne wagon as well, so you can actually get a free villager. Pretty good. So let's see what the plan is. So it looks like Viringo is putting up a market, getting ready to get his hunting dogs most likely, maybe his steam machinery for the mining perhaps. We'll find out. And Alucard, what did he? He went with the Arab immigrants, and he just shipped in 6 Zinglins, it looks like. Zinglins. Zinglins are a raiding unit on foot. Essentially, they have multipliers against villagers. As you can see here, it's 15 times 2. So it actually does the same amount of hand damage as a Hussar against villagers. And that's within the vicinity of a town center. There is a civ bonus for Haiti, where if your units are far enough away from a town center, they actually do more damage. Well, your town center. If they're under the enemy TC, then that doesn't apply. Then they just do full damage. So look at what happened right here. It went from 15 attack to 18 attack. So now, if you're going to raid villagers with these guys, they're doing 36 hand damage. 36. That's like a Yulon level damage against the villager. That's really good. That is really good. So yeah, now these Zinglins going to be a real threat. We also see Silk Trade coming in here. Silk Trade effectively boosts your trade routes pretty much. So this is a very strong Arab immigrants technology that we rarely ever see in play. But I guess Alucard has learned to include it in his build order, so effectively it can help him to get greater resources from the trade route. So that's going to make a huge difference for him, honestly. Yeah. It's a tech that we don't see a lot in early game, but if you can incorporate it into your strategies, if you go Arab immigrants, it's very good. Just saying. And now it looks like Viringo has a real threat. He's got Alucard going into defensive formation with these Zinglins to group them all up together so he can move around in sort of in a tight group and snipe villagers like this. Yeah, see how he's trying to like shave these villagers with his hand attack and get multiple ones to strike at the same time? That's what he was trying to do with this tight formation. That was like a star, and now that one's dead, it's more of like an arrowhead, like the head of an arrow when you're firing a bow and arrow. That's the idea. It's supposed to make it super close, so if you can get very close to a Vil, you'll get multiple swings and likely take it out and lop it off in one hit. And the only way the Viringo can defend that right now, line infantry. Line infantry, line infantry. Line infantry are just musketeers, but fit for the Victorian era, so they're a little bit more modern, but same stats. The range attack is the same, the hit points are the same, the hand attack is the same. Basically, whenever you hear somebody say they're going musket in Age of Empires 3, in Wars of Liberty, we just go line infantry. It's the same thing. So yeah, pretty much the line infantry is going to be a great defense against Zinglins, because Zinglins, very similar to the Coyote Runners of the Aztecs, are actually cavalry units. They're actually classed as shock units and have the scout tag. So these line infantry will be graded, of course, shooting away the Zinglins, but also using their bayonets against them as well. And that's why you're sort of seeing Alucard trying to just harass Viringo at the time being while he's setting up a fast fortress. This was a pretty nifty strategy on Alucard's part. He knew it might be risky as Haiti to go for a straight up fast fortress, so what he did instead was he went for a semi-fast fortress by starting with a Zinglin raid to pressure his opponent and try to reduce that villager advantage that Germany naturally owns by having the manor boom. And he would basically decide, you know what, I'm just going to run around this map, take out as many vills as I can, even the playing field on the vill count, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to initiate that fortress age, which in Wars of Libya is called the capital age. And the reason he wants to do that is because he wants access to the longer range skirmisher unit that he has, the V Vendetta, what I call the Juanita Bonita, because it's part of the Lamb Civs. Basically, with the skirmisher, like a real skirmisher, he'll be able to deal damage from 20 range, which is great against line infantry. That's going to give him some great kiting potential against these units, and that's what he's hoping for. That's why he's going for that fast fortress, because he wants to get skirmishers to fight the muskets that he knows Viringo's going to spam, because he's Germany. Normally, when you're playing Germany, you don't go fast fortress. That's just something that they don't usually do. What the Germans usually do, which they're doing now, they decide, okay, the main goal, get my Mites up. That's the main thing that Germany does, getting tons of Mites and lining the map with them so they can get that quick 20 villager boom that I mentioned before. That's really the essence of what Germany tries to do, right? And how they allow that to happen is they build first one barracks and then eventually two, to just keep pressuring and pressuring with these line infantry to prevent the enemy from disrupting that boom. And that's exactly what Germany is attempting to do here. Alucard, of course, his best solution to that is the semi-fast fortress, which will allow him to get access to V Vendettas, which, surprise, he is shipping in. He's shipping in 8 V Vendettas, and he's queuing them up at the barracks, too, that he was using for the raiding before. Note how he did a block of conscriptos as well. This is in the event that you deal with hussars from Germany. Germany does get a 3 hussars shipment. They can also build a stable, of course, to get hussars too. And often a lot of Germany players like Captain Wars of Liberty will build that stable to get access to hussars, right? Because that's the thing you got to understand about this Wars of Liberty Germany. They don't really function a lot like the Germany that you're used to in the Legacy game. They don't have war wagons, they don't have doppelsoldiers, they don't have crossbowmen. Well, they do have crossbowmen equivalent, they do have a pike equivalent that's actually unique. But yeah, they don't have war wagons, no doppels, no ulans. They just have regular hussars, regular muskets, called line infantry. They play very differently and actually play pretty close to the Brits because of that. Because actually, not only do they get access to hussars and line infantry muskets, but they get the Royal Guard upgrades too, which, you know, that's the way the British had it. The Life Guard Hussar and the Red Coat. For the Germans, it's the Maykoffer and the Totemkopf. Totemkopf, you might already know from Definitive Edition, is a native unit, but here it's just a Royal Guard upgrade for the German Hussar. That's literally all it is. But yeah, in general, you need to have a backup option in case Germany decides to go Hussar on you, because Their hussars hit pretty hard, as I said. They get the Royal Guard upgrade. They also get some basic stats upgrades too in Age 2 from their cards. And yeah, most definitely. Oh, okay, so I gotta have to explain this a bit. So it looks like Alucard is running Outlaws using his Cordillo. He's making the Bokor. It's a voodoo cultist that is basically a really good raiding unit. These guys are really good raiding. Like, look at this, 30 hand attack times 3. That's like 90 damage. And that's under the area of the town center. If he gets away from the town center with this, he's doing probably close to 100 something damage to Vills. He's also picking up Bandoleros as well to get the stats up to veteran. Yeah, so that's something that I think we're going to explain today that I've never done before. Is basically for the Latin American culture in Wars of Liberty, they have their own unique system for outlaw units that no other culture does. Essentially, you build this building called the Town Hall, which you see right here, this thing. And as soon as you build it, you get a free unit that comes out right away called the Cordillo. He's a pop-free explorer that also has multipliers against heroes and mercenaries, so he's sort of like a spy unit almost, too, in that sense. But what he mainly does is, on top of being sort of like a semi-spy unit to fight mercenaries and heroes with and stuff, is he also trains outlaws like a daimyo, and boosts their stats to boot. So the types of outlaws he can make depends on civ to civ. Every civ gets 2 common outlaws that they can make, and they get 1 unique one. Except for, I believe, Brazil that gets 2 unique outlaws that they can get. Kind of their civ bonus. And what you're supposed to do with these outlaws is do very special functions with them. While your normal military is pretty generic, they counter things like cavalry, or skirmishers, or muskets, pretty general stuff that's easy to follow. Outlaws are a bit more complicated for Latin America. Because look at this guy here. He could theoretically do many things. He could fight artillery, he could fight villagers, he could fight skirmishers. The outlaws, depending on which one it is, can be pretty flexible for Latin America. While their stats aren't always intuitive, when you look at them close, you can tell that they are pretty flexible. The only thing you need to be aware of, though, with outlaws is that they're population inefficient, just like they are for every other culture. If you've ever looked at a pistolero or a renegado or a comanchero, you'll notice that they cost more pop than they should, and that's the gimmick of outlaws, basically, that they only cost gold. That's the first gimmick, and the second one is that they are pop inefficient. So these guys, the Bokors, while they are very exceptional for their stats, they cost a pretty penny in pop. About 4 population. That's pretty big. That is very big. And one way you can get around it is to send the card Codissimo, which looks like Alucard did, and it basically reduces the pop cost of all the outlaws by 2. So normally when you're training these guys, they would actually have a pop cost of 6. 6. Like more than half the pop that a house provides, and that's like really bad. But if you send Codissimo, then it goes down to 4, which is still pretty big, pretty steep, but at least it's a bit fairer now, right? And if you look at these stats again, like 433 HP, the hand attack where it is, 40, when it's away from the town center near the Cordillo, that is a really good stat. That's a very good stat. So that, in that essence, it's pretty good, right? So now it looks like Viringo is going to try to turtle a bit with the fort. Viringo is pretty friendly with using forts with his European and Latin American civs. So that makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, the timing of the fort was just really bad. And now he's got Conscriptos and the Outlaws on top of his fort, and they canceled it out. That is very bad. That's very bad for Viringo, because now he has to play defensively against all these skirms, and has to hope that the Vivanderos don't kite down his heavy infantry. Pretty sad, isn't it? Yeah. So he's got to come up with something. So what he's going to do is, he's going to keep up training with the line infantry, because he knows now that he's dealing with Bokors, which is another scout unit, so thus another hand cav unit. So he needs the line infantry to deal with that. But what he's going to ship in now is the Hessian Schutzen. The Schutzen is a Wars of Liberty equivalent to the Jaeger unit. So it's got like Imperial Age skirmisher stats and then the 40% pierce armor. So this would be really good at fighting Alucard's Conscriptos as well as his V Vendettas. That's the main use of those, pretty much. But he's going to have to protect them with his line infantry, and that's why he's making so many of these things right now. He's basically thinking, alright, so the big threat's going to obviously be all of these Bokors coming in and dicing my vills and my skirms, so I better have a protection for that. Now, here's another outlaw here, the Kurlo. The Kurlo is another outlaw that Haiti can get, and it's essentially a pikeman type unit. So it's got multipliers against Cav, and it's got really high siege. So you sort of think of the pirate unit, right? A pirate sword being you would use to fight cavalry and stuff with its sword and stuff. That's sort of how the Kurlo works. It's got a club, like a big club similar to the ones that the Mapuche Black Ironwood clubmen use. And essentially you're going to use the Kurlo to fight off cavalry, but its main purpose is its siege. Notice how the siege here is about 54, with just the veteran outlaw upgrades, and that's pretty good. Pretty good siege. You know, you'll be able to shred a tower or barracks with enough numbers. And that's really what we see a lot with Martin Haiti is. You'll just build tons of normal units to fight off the enemy army, and then you'll sneak up on them with these Kurlos and just sabotage their base by sieging them to a cinder with these guys. Yeah. And I should mention too, oh, by the way, we got a fight. Let me just make sure this is... Alright, so the Kurlos are right on top of the Schutzen, which they should be. Viringo saved a missionary, and he's trying to stall, it looks like, and protect. Unfortunately, the Schutzen are forced into a kiting situation that's going to pull them away from the battle. Kurlo's still giving chase to the Schutzen. It looks like Viringo did ship in the 10 Ulan shipment that Germany gets. Gives you a shipment of 10 veteran Ulans that you can use. Right on top of the skirms. This is beautiful. This is exactly what Viringo needed for his defense. And because there were so few Kurlos there, Viringo was able to single them out. So that's quite nice. Right? Okay. Oh, wait a minute, not Kurlos, the Bokos. Yeah. I've mixed up the outlaws a bit there. The Bokos or the Bolos and the Kurlos. Yeah. Either way, all the outlaws are gone, and the zombies are also going to die too. You might be asking, why are there zombies here? So that first outlaw I showed you, the Boko one, they get another ability. So when they kill enemy villagers, there's a chance that they'll convert them to zombies that you can use as your own villagers and gather resources with them, build things with them. That's pretty nice, right? The gimmick of the zombies is that they're sort of possessed voodoo people possessed using voodoo magic, and they're suspended animation but still alive somehow, and they just move slower, but they act otherwise like a normal vill with the gather ray in the building and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty much that. Viringo's got his own asset now called the Krupp Factory. A Krupp Factory is, well, a little factory that costs population, but it allows you to produce artillery from it for free. So as long as this Krupp Factory is up, he's going to be able to produce free falconets over time in batches of 1. And he can also configure which artillery he wants as well. So he can change it to make culverins, he can change it to make mortars, he can change it to even make some forms of heavy artillery later on by unlocking it with certain cards in the home scene. So in general, it's a pretty good building to gain an advantage over your opponent. On the economic side of Germany, you're getting extra vills through the Mainz-Kaserne manor booming. And then on the military aspect, you're able to access free artillery as early as age 3. You can build a Krupp factory and start getting free falconets. And then the build limit goes up by 1 per age. So you get to industrial age, then you can have 2 Krupp factories, so 2 queues of the falconets, and then when you get to imperial, then you can have 3 queues of them. And that really supplies you a good line of artillery to fight infantry with, and it forces the opponent to think things a bit differently, right? Alucard, after that bad fight, is really concerned about getting rushed in the front, so he is going to put a fort down right in front of that choke point. So no matter where Viringo goes in this line, he's going to be shot by the fort. And the fort's going to be like the warning sign to Alucard that he needs to get his army there and, battle and use the fort's range attack to his advantage. That's really what forts are really good at, just covering a choke point. So, when they're coming down that line, so it's not a surprise. Because you'd rather be fighting them at the fort instead of your town center where your villas are. And then, obviously, the range support of the fort will be great during the fight, and you can potentially target things like artillery with it. You can, be tactical and just use it wisely in the area where it's going to be most beneficial to you. That's basically the good use of a fort. So what is Alucard up to? So he is going with commercial entrepreneurship. And this is, I believe, another trade route related technology, if I remember correctly. That's why I believe it is. I believe that's the case. Because he doesn't have the one that deals with the market text at all. That's another one that you get in a later age. So yeah, I think that's another trade-related one. So he's going pretty greedy on the trade route stuff. I'm just shocked Alucard hasn't picked up the socket over here or over here yet. Because on Thanksgiving, we get 4 sockets on each side that you can use in a 1v1. And he's only using half of that potential, which, is not the most intelligent thing to be doing. Because he could obviously begin like a full trade route with Stagecoach and then basically boom it out like crazy, but he's not doing that, and he's only making a bit of a waste of the Arab immigrant cards that he's trying to utilize with that. And by the way, I just noticed Hussars here off to the sidelines. These might come into play right now, potentially, if Viringo decides to act on that hunt over there. That could be pretty nice. We'll be taking out 2 or 3 Alucard villagers. But here's the catch. Here's the gimmick of Haiti. So with Haiti, if you wipe out villagers, right, the Civites, as they're called, the Civites, and the Civites, there is a way that you can revive them. Because they're Haiti and you have voodoo magic, there's a bonus with Haiti with the Civites. Then you can revive the villager using voodoo magic and paying I think it's 10 food, which is really cheap, to get him back, and then you can essentially use that villager, but now he's a zombie and he moves slower. But if the zombie dies, then the villager really dies. You can't revive a zombie back. You can die and become a zombie and then you're reanimated, but you can't reanimate as something if you're already, yeah. Oh, nice. So we got the Cavalieros here. So the Cavalieros are another outlaw, the third outlaw that Haiti gets. And it's actually a dragoon that rides an ox. So look at this. Look, it's literally almost a water buffalo with a dude on top of him with a rifle. This is pretty cool looking. You're normally used to only seeing horses and camels and maybe elephants. But nope. With the Cavaliero outlaw, you can ride a bull. And these guys are pretty solid statistically. I mean, if you upgrade them enough times, they can actually get some pretty reasonable stats. Yeah, I think honestly, once you get to the Guard and Imperial upgrade on these guys in the later ages, and then obviously considering the movement away from the town center and all the possible techs you can get, I would say the Caballeros are actually one of the cost-efficient outlaws you can get, because for a 3-pop Dragoon, they do a pretty okay job, honestly, for those stats. So they're one of the good outlaws, I think, for the cost efficiency. I mean, all the Haitian outlaws are probably in the S tier category for what they do, but the Caballero's one of the ones that's probably the most cost efficient for you to get. And the Culo is not too far behind either, because the Culo is only a 2-pop unit. So, in essence, for all the siege that it gets, it's pretty fair to make it a 2-pop unit. Because I think if it was a 1-pop unit and you let them just raise and raise like that, you would have a serious balance concern, which could be a big boy problem. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, most definitely. Alright, so where we at now? So looks like Alucard's getting Casa de Moneda. This is a copy of Royal Mint, so it's basically good for improving mining, plantation work, all the gold stuff. Where's Viringo at here too? So he's got Crew Factory number 2. That should be good. One thing you need to understand, very important. So, while the Crew Factories do produce the artillery for free, they don't upgrade the artillery. So to do that, you will have to build a 300 wood foundry and research field guns, Culverin Royale, all those techs that you're used to. So yeah, just be aware of that. If you're fine with just spamming just plain old artillery without upgrades, yeah, just get the groups. But if you want to get like that Guard and Imperial upgrade on them, you got to build a foundry for that. It's like a requirement. Yeah. Looks like Viringo did upgrade his line infantry to the Bay Coffers. He's also getting mass production to improve the speed at which he makes his steel guns from the factories too. He's also getting Cookade. This is to make your early units have more HP, I believe. So kind of like the infantry breastplate that you're used to. Good for sort of pikeman units, early rifle infantry like the volunteer that both Germany gets pretty much. So that's good. So from the looks of it, we're going to see a showdown of artillery spam from Viringo, protected by some Maycoffer line infantry. And then Alucard will be running Outlaws. And anything else other than Outlaws and a couple skirms. Really don't see what Alucard's exact strategy is going to be in the long haul of the match. But we'll see. We'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. Sure. Alright, so in general, it looks like he hasn't really made anything else. He's mostly focusing on the economy and picking up some treasures too. Look at this nice wood treasure here, 160 wood. It's pretty good, you know? Pretty good, actually. Because now he's going to be able to access more of his wood-heavy military as Haiti. Because believe it or not, Haiti gets a lot of non-gold units. You know, they get their pikemen, they get their moucheteros, they get the escopeteros. They get a pretty good set of like food and wood units. So any sort of wood treasure you can get as Haiti usually is a pretty good reward. Now we got refrigeration on top of liquefidium. No, it's latifundium. So this is essentially the second mill upgrade here. And this is refrigeration, of course, so this will benefit all your food gather rates. So it looks like for right now, Alucard is just playing Boom and Greed with the gather rate techs for now. That could obviously be very bad if Viringo gets all of his free artillery and makes a few Maycoffers and goes in for a push. But yeah, that's what Alucard's doing right now. He might be playing it for the long game. Yeah, that's what I understand from Alucard's point of view. Is he's looking to maybe get to Industrial Age, really tap into the upgrades for his moucheteros maybe and his escopeteros, and just make that his bread and butter army to just wipe out tons of stuff. And I think that's pretty good. I just don't know how it's going to do here. And I definitely am a little concerned by the fact that he's doing Outlaws. Because theoretically, if Viringo goes in with like a 200 plus pop army, then yeah, he's going to be able to force his way through those Outlaws kind of easily. Because they're not quite at their full upgrade potential yet. So that's something we're going to have to find out, I think, if that ends up working good here or not, pretty much, yeah. Big time. Okay, so where are we at now in the match? Right now, it looks like things are pretty quiet before the storm. Oh man, look at this. We got a raid. Got some Bocos. The Bocors. Look at the multipliers. They do 126 damage to villagers. That's pretty scary, actually. Look at all the vills they gutted at that mill. That is pretty bad. Oh, no. Yeah, these guys are really a threat. You gotta be careful of them. I mean, they're very expensive. They're like 150 gold, so you pay a real price to make these. But if they work really good and they reach their intended target, man, you're eating good tonight, man. As far as lowering your player's score there. Now, I think personally, it was a pretty good, devastating attack on that mill, but of course, the score difference is still in Viringo's favor. So I still think, the raid wasn't brutal. It wasn't insane. It's not going to be an automatic win for Viringo there, in fact. So yeah, that's definitely something worth considering there, I think, honestly. For sure. So it looks like Haiti is going to Industrial Age. Is he going to stick it out with Arabs or what? He's going German wave now. He's going German wave. First German wave. So, interestingly enough, if you decide to wait out going Germans till Industrial Age, there is actually a very interesting reward in doing so. And that reward is that you're given like a tower wagon, right, to build a tower with, an outpost, and some resource crates too, I believe. But the big thing is, the big gimmick, is that you can research both the guard and last upgrade of towers for free at those buildings. Now, it doesn't get researched automatically. You still have to manually do it for balance purposes, so it's not like an immediate reward. But you do get to get those upgrades for free. So if it does come down to it and Alucard does have to turtle it out here, he's going to be able to get those tower upgrades for free and divvy up all that wood and gold into other stuff. Yeah. Okay, so now we see Kaki Squeezem here coming out of the town hall. Basically, Latin Americans are the only culture right now that actually allows you to upgrade outlaws just like regular military. So basically, instead of researching it at the barracks or the stable or the foundry, you get a set of techs that cost food and wood from the town hall that acts as the veteran guard and imperial upgrade for your outlaws. And it benefits all 3 or 4 of them, depending on how many you got. So it's pretty good, It upgrades all the units under that tag class. So it does help you out quite a bit there. But here's the problem that I was warned about. So, well, Alucard is trying to go for some beefy units. They do lack the numbers, though. Viringo is enjoying a numbers advantage here. So one thing he's going to have to do with these Bokors is he's going to have to snipe all those cannons and get as many of them as he can. Looks like he got the falconets, but not the steel guns. The steel guns are just like steel, still in there, strong, tough, and still pushing in with some make off the line infantries here to protect him from shock units. So yeah, quite good. Alucard's going to try to up the ante by making more Bokors and hopefully sniping those cannons. But that's not a guarantee at this point because of how far Viringo has gotten into the base. He's taken the fort out. That's a substantial loss. And now Viringo can enjoy some pretty good mobility in his enemy's base to try to attack. And it's going to be up to Alucard to use all those wonderful outlaw stats to try to sabotage the artillery and then target out that heavy infantry. And that's it. That's the other thing. It doesn't look like Alucard right now has an answer to heavy infantry. He doesn't have an answer to these full Royal Guard, make-off or line infantry. He's just unprepared for this. He's all worried about fighting the artillery, but he's not concerned about mass heavy infantry. Yeah, no. He's got to get some Vivenderas or something. He's just got to do that. Alright, looks like he's getting hand unit combat now. Hand infantry combat. This will affect the Bokors, by the way. Give him 15% additional stats. Bringing him closer to like 50 hand attack when near the TC, which is quite good. I mean, it's a good thing. It's just that the way he's doing it right now, he's getting them killed very quickly. Very fast. He's losing these 150 gold units way too quickly, and he's burning through all of his... Now, his gold reserves are pretty nice, but still, it's just not efficient. He's going to have to add something else in there, like artillery, maybe Mushitero, mass. I don't know how he's going to do that. I mean, the most viable one in this situation right now would be to add artillery in. add some artisanal cans. If he can add some artisanal cans in with the Bokor Outlaws, he might be able to basically force off this infantry and maybe do some crush damage to the cans. He seems to be going queuing with the Vivenderas from one barracks. But food, can he afford multiple Vivendera queues right now? I believe he can afford at least 2 queues of Vivenderas. And that's what it looks like he's going to be going for a defense. He's going to get the guard. Yep, heroic upgrade for the Vivenderas. That's a guard upgrade. As you can see, their food cost is 60, so theoretically he could multi-queue these out and do some good work with that, yeah. But he's going to have to make sure that the Bokors can reach those cannons. Because if not, those cannons will shred those Vivendera Bonitas back across the border, basically, you know. Just saying, because Vivenderas are not the strongest skirms in the game. They get this neat mechanic where they give up some of their hit points and range attack that they normally have to be a healer as well. So Vivenderas can actually heal your troops up if they're injured, which you can't do with most military in the game. Usually you have to get a priest to do that. But not for Latin Americans. They got Bonitas Bonitas that can heal you up. Give them, you know, the HP back, which is quite nice. Yeah. Alright, so artillery targeting to the skirms there. Very nice. That's what I was saying. You're gonna need to have a way to push these cannons, these steel guns. These steel guns, just for reference, they are basically reskinned and renamed heavy cannons. So they got the anti-infantry multipliers, they got the splash, they got the crush damage. They're very dangerous. And all Alucard can do at this point is make some Krupp steel guns right now from the back. These are a immigrant battalion, and these colonies here not only have techs in them, but they also allow you to make infinite battalions and units too for one shipment. One of the ones from the German one is called the Krupp steel can, and it's sort of a mortar and culverin hybrid. So it's got great stats for sieging buildings, but it's also good for taking out boats as well as artillery. Oh wow, he's trying. Look at him sandwich the artillery. Ah, look at that. Look at him sandwiching that artillery. He's got to get this one though. He's got all the artillery, right? Yep. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. So Alucard is doing good. He's somehow pulled this back, I think. You know, the Bokors are still somehow alive and giving some cover to the Vivenderas to do their job. Man, that's pretty good defense there, but is it enough? Looks like backside of the base is completely unprotected now from this Maykoff infantry. He's going to take a ton of casualties. And the problem is when your enemy is right on top of you like this, it kind of prevents you from reviving these as zombies because they're just going to shoot the units anyways. And it's just really bad. You know, it's really risky. So yeah, it really is actual villager loss there for Alucard. Quite bad. As you can see, things moved very quickly here in that attack by Viringo. It forced Alucard to do some defensive maneuvers. He did a fairly good job where he needed to, but he just wasn't able to deal with the contingent in the back that's, you know, cutting him back here. He's trying to stall a bit with the Krupp steel cans, and he might take out one or two, because he is dealing crush damage, but it's not going to be a whole lot. And he's going into limber mode. Why is he going into limber mode? I would have tried to maybe give one more volley, because you know the units are probably toast anyways. I think that was just a little minute mistake on Alucard's part. Yeah, now we're sort of seeing why this outlaw thing is not really working out too good. Basically, he's trying to run scout against line units, and that's just a bad fit. Because line units like the Maykoffers, heavy infantry, if you want to call it that, they have really good multipliers against the scout tag, and Alucard is just using that tag against these units, and it's not going great. I can tell you that it's not going supreme. It's definitely a little faltered there for sure. So yeah. Oh man, look at that. Cordille's down. No more Bokors, no more Outlaws, period. And more artillery and Maykoffers from the back. That's going to be I think that's going to be the bell for death right there. Absolutely. I mean, Vivinero is great. You're going to be able to kite these Maykoffers, maybe. But once these field guns come in, then you're looking at some real problems there. Big time. Big time. It's going to be really bad. So yeah, this has been a pretty back and forth match, I would say. I mean, both players clearly know their civs quite well. It's just the methodology I think that Alucard used here could have been improved a little bit, I think if he swapped in some more like Mushateros probably instead of the Bokors, probably would have done really good because compared to Bokors, Mushateros have hand resistance so they can protect against the bayonets somewhat. And naturally too, when you look at bayonet infantry, their multipliers against the assault class with the Mushatero is less than that of the scout. So naturally, Mushateros can withhold that hand attack a little bit better. Yeah, the only sort of advocacy you can make for the Bakor is the fact that it has more HP. It's a tankier unit by default, just because it starts out at a higher place. That's about it, But definitely that splash attack could have been substantially. I think that's what Alucard wanted to do. Get the Royal Guard Kalenda upgrade and pick up McCandle Plot. Oh, he doesn't have McCandle Plot. Oh man, he doesn't have McCandle Plot. That's a real stinker right there because that could have been a great unit choice for him to do basically. So yeah, quite bad indeed. So yeah, that's our first game. What do you think? What do you think? You think it's pretty good? That's the type of stuff we look forward to in these streams. By the way, really good back and forth matches, good duels. That's what we look forward to for this. So we're going to go to game number 2 now, and I'm going to start up right here. So let me do that right now. It's loading, and then we'll find what the recording is called right away and get right to it. Should be quite nice. So what's this next one called? I think it's one from Rommel, but we'll confirm. So let's see what it's called here. Let's see. So the second one is called El Mono Tucan. So a toucan pigeon versus... Oh man, that's some good humor there. Let me do that one now. This one. Alright, let's go for that. So who's playing in this one? So we got Rommel as Haiti. And Viringo is doing Argentina. Ah, interesting. So we got an Argentina versus Haiti game. It's going to be pretty good. I'm going to just grab some stuff over there in the other room now to get my energy up, and then we'll start. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready, Freddy. Let's do this. So, where are we? We're on Colorado. You saw Colorado. Unlike the first game that we watched, this is a competitive map. This is a tournament viable map. That's what ESOC maps are, basically. Back in the day when the ESOC organization was running tournaments in the Legacy game, they created a set of maps called ESOC maps, and they're perfectly balanced with their treasure distribution, hunt distance of the town center. All those variables are factored into them. And basically they were designed to be maps that are better than the ones that the game itself gave you. So you could have like fair games that were really about the player's skill rather than RNG with the map. There's obviously still a little RNG regarding the placement and the treasures, but it's nothing that's going to ruin somebody's game, you know. You're not ruined, you know. You can obviously search around the map to find the treasures that you need, and then the hunts are going to be in reasonable spots to start, so you don't have to worry too much about that either. So yeah. So beyond the map, how are the civs here? So we just saw Haiti play. Just as a bit of a review, Haiti can revive the villagers using voodoo magic for about 10 food to get the villager back a second time if it dies. Pretty nifty utility ability to keep you in the match longer. Also, as we saw, they have some pretty cool outlaw units and a really nice civ bonus where if they leave their town center's vicinity within a certain radius, they'll actually gain an attack boost too to their troops. That's quite good. Now, the other civ here today is Argentina. Argentina? Kind of a fascinating civ. So, at the root, they're kind of a cavalry and a herdable base civ. So, as you can see, their villagers are on horseback, and their explorers on horseback too. This guy right here. So, pretty much, mobility is something that Argentina really does well in, because most of their units are mounted, and thus they can get around pretty quickly. It doesn't mean that that's all they do. They also do some really good infantry. They also have artillery, of course. But cavalry is the thing that you really push towards with Argentina, at least in the later ages, I feel like. They do get one good backbone musketeer, though, that we're going to see here probably, called the Patricio. And the Patricio essentially is a bit of a pricier musket than the average one, but he's got a lot more HP than they usually do. So, pretty reliable unit, to say the least. And often with those Patricios, you can support them with the various cavalry that Argentina gets, or you can support them with artillery. You can also support them with escopeteros, which the Argentine barracks does offer you as well. So if it really does come down to crunch time and you need anti-heavy infantry, and the Patricios aren't cutting it for you, then yeah, basically that's what you can do there, which is quite nice. So yeah, that's probably what we're going to see here. We're going to see what Rommel's Haiti looks like versus Alucard's, and how that's going to compare against a civ that specializes in sort of a musket and cavalry composition. A bit similar to Germany, but definitely a lot different. I think the main difference is that Germany can make skirmishers, but Argentina doesn't really get that. They get the early game skirm and the escopetero that they can't get beyond the veteran upgrade, so it's a bit of like a crossbow option. And then they get mounted skirmishers that they can ship in, but that's it. They can only ship them in, the Choiquieros, which has like normal skirm multipliers and also some anti-native too. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at here. Argentina also gets a building called the Pasture that produces cows for free over time, and it fans those cows at double the rate of a livestock pen. So that's something where we're probably going to see from Viringo very quickly as part of his strategy. And what is he? Yep, this is card here, Cimarrones, is usually the way to get your pasture economy started because it gives you a pasture wagon, and it actually allows them the cattle to be produced at 33.4% faster. So kind of like a third. A third of the train time on the cows is cut off to make it a much more efficient building. And on top of that, even if you don't have cows on a pasture, you can actually have your villagers farm on it too, which is quite nice. Because if you, for whatever reason, don't have fat animals, you don't have any hunts or berries, you can actually use that pasture as like an emergency food source as well. Be it doesn't farm as good as a mill, and you only get 2 upgrades for it instead of the usual 3, so it's kind of a poop unit, you know. It's much preferred for Argentina that you rely fully on herdables. But if you can't, the pasture has the farming functionality too. Of course, at a weaker rate. So the immigrant will be the Polish. And Polish is usually the strongest immigrant option to go with Argentina, because they start out with their age up with giving you 3 free cows. And guess what you can do with cows? You can put them on the pasture to get them fat. So you can eat them. You can have a nice steak instead of some vegan, plant-based, weird stuff your liberal wife gives you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah. Good protein, good fat, good taste, good umami. That's what you want. Mommy, umami. Exactly. And of course, as you know, the gather rate of herdables in this game is quite good. I believe it's actually faster than even huntables. So, yeah, there's that. That's what makes the herdable economy so good, right? So it looks like Viringo is getting a Polish colony here. His barracks will be put in this spot. I think this is quite good. It's not always good to put your barracks right up front, because if your opponent's like really aggro-centric, they can actually brush that barracks very quickly, and then you've got no production, and then you have to resign. At least here, he's sort of offering the Polish colony as sort of like a meat shield as well as his houses, so this is where the enemy is most likely to go first before they hit the barracks. At least if they're doing that, you know, because obviously when you're attacking a person's base and you're rushing them, you want to spend as least time under the town center as possible, because that town center does a lot of damage. It's like 90-something damage, right? So you got to go in there and do your business quick. If you have to walk all the way around here to get to the barracks, you know how many shots that is against your army and how much that diminishes your investment in your military? Quite a bit. So you have to be very careful with that. Looks like Patricias are being queued up at the barracks right now. Here they are. As I said, these guys are durable. They got 200 HP. That's a pretty good tankiness. That's very durable. Very durable with 200 HP. Almost like a Janissary almost. That's quite good. Multipliers are also solid. The hand attack's okay. It's going to be good against many things that Haiti can do. That's really what you want to use it for. Oh, bam. Look at what we got. We got a Mushatero raid down here by Haiti. This is the unit that I was talking about in the last game. Mushatero has 1 splash, 21 hand attack. Is Haiti because he's away from the town center and he gets a bit of a boost. And then that 40% hand armor. So not a tanky fellow in terms of just raw HP, because he is like almost like infantry but considered cavalry. But his armor is great. And he can withstand pikes, bayonets. He's like cavalry that's actually good at fighting spearmen with, if that makes any sense. Well, not good, but just better. So it looks like right now Viringo's doing 1 barracks queue of Patricios. And Rommel is... Let me check into Rommel's queuing. He's going Mushatero and he's shipping in Escopateros as a support. You can do that, just be aware that the Patricios are going to have more HP. So you might have to work a little bit through them to make it work. Yeah, for sure. I would say probably against some Patricios I would want to go mass Escopatero. That's just me, because it's a range attack. And it sort of gets around the hand armor that the Patricios enjoy, which is about 20%. But hey, you could go Mushatero too. You're just going to need more numbers. Because obviously it's going to be tough with all that hand armor protecting them. And then of course their bayonet multiplier still being a threat. Just not as big as if you were a scout unit. They go for the Explorer first. Which I don't think is a good idea. You want to get those Patricios first. Yep, look. Mushateros connect. And he does some decent splash. More Mushateros. He should break those off from the Explorer, which is slowing them down, so he can connect a lot faster and get that splash damage in, because He doesn't have a lot of skirmish on the field, so he needs to like do as much possible damage as possible to kick away those patricios. What it looks like he did do was he did call a battalion of Gallegos from the Arab colony. These guys, the Gallegos, these are like a mercenary, not mercenary, but they're like a they're an immigrant battalion of Jundis, basically. So what's a Jundi? If you've seen my Middle East gameplay with the Saudi Arabians, you know, so they get like an Arab musket called the Jundi. That's what these guys are based off of stats-wise. So they're based off of the Jundi and somewhat the Sarbazan from the Persianate side too. So, yeah, pretty much what these guys are. Good against Cav because they're swords, and then they have the gun to shoot things at range. And overall, one of the better units, I would say, to get early game is with the Latin immigrants because it's the most flexible, being a musket. If you run into Cav, they're obviously great. If you run into some sort of infantry, at least they can shoot and do some viable combat there, which is quite nice. It's definitely... Alright, so... Where's Viringo at? So he's still going one barracks, Patricio. And Rommel's switching to Escobatero, by the way, so he's going to be added in skirmish as well. Aging up with second wave Polish immigrants. This will grant Viringo 2 stable wagons to build stables with, as well as an arsenal. So, mostly infrastructure, which is quite good. And just so you know, if you go with the immigrant colony twice, it does increase the build limit of your immigrant workers and of their houses too. So if that's something that's of concern to you, definitely think about that when you're choosing which immigrant to get. Yeah, it looks like Rommel's going to try him from the backside. I can't say for certain if that's great because it looks like Viringo is heading towards the center here with his pasture. Only guy I might be threatened is this one. And that's not very big. What you gotta make sure you do is you gotta make sure you're protecting your stuff here. Because Viringo has a really wonderful habit of using horse grenadiers with Argentina and then raiding your economy while all the rest of the units are defending. So Viringo has a way of divvying up his army well and sort of putting you on thin ice if you're not careful. So that's something that we're going to have to look at here very closely. Mushatero's kind of caught in the open, not really going to get anything done, so they better get out. Here's that stable and arsenal that I talked about here, these 3 waggies. You know, set up somewhere, like over here. Yeah, something like that. Very nice. Stable here. Where's the other stable gonna go? Oh, Arsenal's gonna go somewhere over there. Stable here, and Arsenal's gonna go there, I think, yeah. Now the big questions arise. What does Viringo do from here? Does he go with Skoltas? Does he stick with Patricio? What's his game plan? Man. He is building another pasture, by the way. And it's usually recommended to get 2 pastures around the time... Oh, he decided to cancel it. Interesting. Okay, so he canceled that out. I was going to say, once you know you're heading towards your build limit of like 20 cows, on average you want to have 2 pastures so you can accommodate them all. Right, and as you gain more and more wood in surplus, build more than 2 pastures. Try to get like 6 or 8 of them. You know why? Because that way the cows will respawn faster and then they'll be ready faster. That's really the key to playing Argentina. Kind of gutting it, making it in the early game with whatever you have to, whether it's hunts or berries or fish or herdables. And then as you go into late game, then you can just dedicate fully to herdables and just eat nothing but herdables as long as you have enough pastures to facilitate it. That's usually what you go for. Like I said, Viringo loves using Granado Caballos. The horse grenadier is one of his best units with Argentina. It's their ultimate unit, in fact, so it is kind of like their best unit in a way. So basically, how these guys work is they get a charge attack. They throw a grenade. It does splash damage. It's crushed. It's anti-infantry. And then he pulls his sword out and goes into melee with units. So they'd be really good against Escopeteros. Awfully good against them. But we might not see them being used against the Escopeteros again. Viringo's probably going to use them for raiding. Oh, he is scouting it out, though. He might... Okay, so he's going to do the grenade throw. Then he's going to... oh, nice, nice. So this is something you can actually do with horse grenadiers. It's very time-consuming, and it does take an entire 60 seconds to cool down and throw another grenade. But you can use these guys for, like, little kiting tactics, you know? You can use the charge grenade throw, do a ton of damage against his infantry, and then take off. And then you wait for that 60-second cooldown to occur, and then you can throw another bomb at him. And then either take off or engage in the sword combat. So yeah, that's sort of the thing you gotta understand about grenade troops in this game. They don't work like the way that you're used to seeing them in Definitive Edition. The way most grenade troops work in this game is they have like a charge grenade throw, and then they resort to using guns and swords and bayonets for like 60 seconds, on average 60 seconds, and then they throw another bomb, and you know. There's a bit of a different logic to it. And in the case of cavalry, of course, they're going to use their hand attack usually after doing that, unless it's something really special and weird, which is something we haven't quite seen yet in the Wars of Liberty rosters yet. So, yeah, we are seeing Escoltas now too. And these guys are assault units, which means that they're classified as heavy cavalry, which means they're countered by dragoons and to a lesser extent like pikemen and bayonets. What these guys got, which makes them very formidable, is they have multipliers against heavy infantry. So against regular units, it's like a 30 hand attack, which on paper would seem really bad, but when you look at the anti-heavy infantry attack, it's 90 hand attack. So it shreds muskets. It shreds spearmen. It's just really good for any sort of tactic like that, basically. Yeah. Sculpta's going out, this guy on the top there, and then, yeah, pretty much. He's also going to get veteran on his Patricios finally, so he's going to get his backbone unit upgraded. Looks like Rommel is in age 3 now. One thing you should know too about immigrant battalions is when you do age up, the battalion sizes get larger. So the Arab one starts out like 6 units, and then it goes up to 8, and then I think for industrial age it's like 11. And then it just caps at that for the rest of the game. So, and it doesn't matter if you pick the immigrant again or not. That's something you need to know. So the whole thing of the battalion size is increasing per age up. That's an automatic. You don't have to like keep going Arabs to make their battalions bigger. That's just something you get to enjoy. So if you do want to get like a huge like trail mix variety of immigrant units between age 2 and 4, go for it. And all the battalion sizes will be big. So yeah, that aspect you don't have to worry about. The only reason you consider going with one immigrant versus multiple ones is the utility, of course, for that specific civ, the text that they offer, and potentially getting the ultimatum power if you just stick with that one immigrant all the way to Imperial Age. And a lot of the ultimatum powers are kind of hit or miss, but there's some really good ones, like Germans, that give you 2 factories. Arabs sort of restart your market trade rates, so you get really good trade rates at the market. which is quite nice. Japanese let you have a second ultimate building, and some other night ones like that, basically. Gallegos and Mushateros moving up there. These are veteran now, right? Inspired, so he's doing a good job of keeping up with the upgrades. Only thing it's not upgraded is these pickets. Did he train or ship those? He shipped the pickets, so yeah, didn't really invest in them too much. Basically, pickets are just pikemen that can see really far, and I think they can detect spies as well, if I recall correctly. Is that right? Can they detect spies still? Yep, they see stealth, yeah. It's one of their cool little bonuses. Oh, yeah, here we go with those wonderful horse grandier raids from Senior Viringo! Benito Viringo! Going for a raid. What makes these horse grandiers very devastating in a raid is that they have that charged grenade throw as well. So even before they connect with them, they can already sort of damage something really badly. And then they can follow up with hand attacks and continue to connect to them damage-wise. So it's quite good. Look at all the death that, Viringo was able to cause with these. And able to sweep in just in time to avoid the pickets. Is he going to... I don't like how he's not reviving the vills that he can. He should be reviving some of these back into zombies for only 10 food. Because that's a pretty cheap price, I think, to revive a villager and reuse it, basically. So that's one thing I think he needs to fix there, pretty much. Yeah. And how are we on resources? So it looks like Rommel's mostly getting gold and food. Whereas Viringo is focusing a lot on gold. And the reason he's doing that is because with Argentina, you can basically ignore food a lot because you get really good herdable economy. So whenever you need food, you're kind of like a vampire and you can go in and eat the steak. And the food is just there. And in fact, there's a card here too that Argentina gets called the Butcher's card that lets you turn all your food into gold. It's like an equal conversion. And it's an infinite card, so you can do it again and again and again. So if there's ever a time where you have all the food that you need and you're going to have more food to come, and you have no gold, you can just send that. And then you can balance out your eco and, be able to start adding in Ascultus and stuff or whatever gold heavy thing that you want, like tanks or planes or whatever. I would imagine that the Butcher's card is really good in Great War Age, because that's where a lot of your gold heavy units are, like tanks, armored cars, planes, machine guns, field guns, dreadnoughts, all those. So yeah, definitely. More Skults coming in too. Also going to get the Cavalry Hand Attack card to get the damage up on the Cavalry, looks like. Interestingly enough, it doesn't benefit the Horse Grenadiers, but it does benefit the melee attack of the Unets. That's something I never actually knew, because the Unets obviously is your Dragoon unit, as the Latin American civs. I didn't know that the Argentinian hand attack card actually benefited the Unet in melee combat. That's pretty neat. So that means that Unets, if you are going to use them with ARGs, you can actually maneuver against assault units a little bit better then, which I think is pretty good. Pretty good, actually. I think it's quite impressive. So that's really cool, right? Yeah. Well, I was looking at Cato's Discord there in Age of the World. It looks like he's adding custom manor models per age up, which I think is really cool. It's nothing that's going to affect the balance, but just a really cool visual feature, which I definitely like.
A sus órdenes. ¿Sí?
Let's see what happens here. What is Rommel massing up? He's going Mushatero and Escopetero with some units as support. Now, I think that that's going to be... It's hard to say. I think the big threat's going to be the Skulls. Because look at the raw HP on these. Even if he's in with a few units, the Skulls are going to have a lot of play time to be able to wipe things out. And be able to meat shield for the Patricios in the back. I think Rommel got completely caught off guard, and now Rommel's base is under siege now. Which is not good. Not good at all. It's not going to be too pleased with that, honestly, yeah. Yeah, losing these immigrant colonies is kind of risky because the only way you can rebuild them is with an immigrant worker. So if you don't have any immigrant workers that you train in the game or got through an age up or something, that building is like considered as lost as like a fort or a factory, so you have to be really careful of that, really. So that's definitely. Oh man, yeah, look at that, completely roasted and cooked, like a honey roasted peanut. Yeah, Viringo has actually been getting really good at other civs that he hasn't done before. He's gotten really good with the British, he's gotten good with the Args, and he's gotten good with the Germans. So if we do have Viringo in like the Liga that I set up, he's going to be all set with a wide variety of reliable civs. And keep in mind, this is an ESOC map. And Viringo usually doesn't like competitive maps, and he did very fine here and won the game. So, I think in that regard, we're seeing some great competition here between the Warriors for the tournament that I do. Yeah, you saw how Viringo was able to build like a good backbone, sort of herdable economy, using the Patricios as a strong, like, heavy HP unit to protect himself. And then finish it off with the high HP, heavy cav unit, the Ascult. Beautiful work there by Viringo. And it's something that I've run into with him like a billion times at this point. So I can attest to it, like, for realsies, that it's a powerful strategy. Going like Patricio with Sculta. It's a strategy that I use a whole lot, too. Ooh. Looks like James Mendes said, play it! Sakawai said, hello, sir. What beats Galerians? Gallegos can be beaten by anything that's a skirmisher or an assault unit. Gallegos are musketeers, man. So use skirmishers, heavy cavalry, and artillery. Galerians, Gallegos, trouble with keyboard. No, Viringo is a pull-out Peru. Yeah, he is a pull-out Peru, but he's been branching into other things lately. I think he's even picking up India now, too, which we're going to see later as well. So, yeah, Viringo's becoming a well-rounded Wars of Liberty player, which I absolutely enjoy. Yeah. So now we see Pigeon Portuguese versus Maoris. So, fruity Portugal flag and the Pigeons versus the Maoris. Fabricas versus Palo que Pegador. Oh man, Viringo talk. No, that's not Viringo, that's Rommel talk. What am I saying? Let's find Fabricas, factories. Factories, Fabricas, this one. Alright, let's do this one now. here we are. Rommel will be playing the Maoris, and Viringo will be playing the Brits. Okay, so that's what he meant by fabricas, which in Spanish means a factory. Espanol, it's fabricia, not fabrica, factory. And so British have this really painful bonus now in War's Liberty that allows them to build factories with the Explorer. Yeah, you can build factories with this guy. This good fine fellow, sir, right here. You can build factories. And it means British is the only civ in Age of Empires 3 in War's Liberty. Probably the only civ in history that lets you rebuild factories if you lose them, which that's very good. That's like really good. Yep, so the way it works is the build limit starts at 2 factories in age 2, and then it goes up by 1 per age. That's pretty good. That's pretty good because it means by Imperial Age you can have up to 6 factories because you get 3 in age 3, 4 in age 4, and then 5 in age 5. And then you still have the Robber Barons card that puts it up by 1. So you end up with 6 factories as the Brits. You don't know how insane that is. That's like really powerful. And you know why it's powerful? Because not only can we put it on resources, but we can still put them on Congreve rockets too. So like imagine having 6 queues of heavy artillery. The only civ that can really compare to that sort of thing is the Germans with the Krupp factories after you use some of those cards to unlock the steel guns at the Krupps. That's the only comparable thing that we got. So yeah, it's quite powerful. Now, one thing you need to know about the Brits from a home city POV. They don't get any villager cards. They only get martial law, which you could potentially do as like a defensive mechanism, and then they get resource trickle cards. So they get free trade, which is the same as Colbertism, food trickle. You get your colonial revenues, which is the same as capitalism. Your gold trickle, and then you get your wood trickle card too. So, yeah, Brits don't get any villager cards, sadly, and that, makes the early game feel a little bit stunted, but it really makes up for it when you start building those factories. It's quite nice. Quite nice, yeah. Let's see what Rommel's doing with Maori. Because there's probably a billion ways to play Maori. You can go for Rush, you can go for Fast Fortress, or you can go for Fast Industrial. Fast Industrial in 1v1 is a big gamble, and you have to like really pray that you're not going to be pressured at all. But if you can do it, it's pretty rewarding. It's like really good. Because you can essentially get Whip Spearman, which is a really good unit. I think he's going to go for either a Rush or a Fast Fortress with the Tupara or the Port Okuma Marksman now, the training grounds. But we'll see what he ends up doing here. It really depends on which voyage he goes on with his Explorer. Because for Maoris, they don't age up at their structure here. They actually use their Explorer to do it. And he goes on a voyage to some land. And the way the voyage system works is the smaller the voyage is, like the cheaper it is, the faster it is. So the way voyages are organized is you got like the cheapest option that's also the fastest, and then you get the longer option as well that's the most expensive. And the way that's supposed to run is the shortest voyage you can get in the game doesn't even offer you any reward at all. It's just like super fast and cheap. But the most expensive ones in the game offer you additional rewards. So they can give you resource crates, villagers, military, wagons, natural resources, and even shipments as well. So that's a big gimmick that you enjoy with the Maori. So it looks like he took the middle option. He took the voyage to New South Wales. It's not quite as fast as the one to the South Island of New Zealand, but it's not the one that goes to Fiji, which is like the longest distance one you can get in this age. Now, if he went with Fiji, he would actually get a shipment as a reward. and that's often why I go with Fiji. I don't bother with New South Wales. But if you want to go with more of like a steady early game rush type thing, you might have to stick with New South Wales potentially. Yeah. The quick voyage to the South Island is usually only reserved for fast fortresses because that way you do the more expensive age up in age 2. So that way when you get the resources for the for the little voyage in age 3, the New South Island one, then it's like really cheap and fast and you just go zip zip like that and it's great. We'll see if he goes for Fast Fortress or he just goes for H2 Combat. Yeah. Alright, so he's got some basic combat cards here. He's got the fighters. These guys are good against skirms. They're kind of your coyote runners. The marksmen have a sling. They're like your Macaudans or your Antonid slingers are good against the muskets and dragoons. And then you get a third unit, the spearmen, which obviously is going to be used against cav. So starting out, the Maori are very rock, paper, scissors, and then they gradually get some more stuff later on, like siege equipment and then special units out of their training school. And interestingly enough, the Maori always start with the pig. So sometimes people will build a livestock pen just to fan the pig up and look for other herbals to put on it, which is pretty neat too. You can see how much detail they put into this thing. Like, look, you got like little piggards here, little pigs. And then they even have their food inside the pen. They got little bananas and then they got coconut seed too. So it's like literally a little pig pen that they can eat at. And they get water. They get a trough too, which is pretty cool. It's kind of funny how everything looks so primitive and then you look at the trough there and it looks so modern because of the organized square shape of it. Looks like he's researching his Kumara storage. You do get text at this structure too that helps you to trickle food per structure, which is nice. Also some good defensive upgrades too for HP and attack, which is always good. As predicted, he's going with the South Island voyage now, which is the cheapest and the fastest one. So it's only 1,000 food, 600 wood, pretty cheap compared to the other ones. But he doesn't get any rewards for it. It's kind of like the Exiled Prince, but cheaper. Which normally for Europeans out sounds super unbalanced, but for Maori and their logic, it just works out fine. Yeah, because of all the stuff you're missing out on. Because if you went with a really long voyage like Fiji or even some of the further ones out, he'd be getting like berries and huntables. He'd be getting gold mine, wood, like actual trees, and they'd possibly get like some quick grabbing crates, maybe a few animals to help fight with them, maybe even some military units. Voyages, they're very long distance and very rewarding, and then you get shipments usually too, one or maybe even more depending on the way you set your game up. Yeah. Looks like he's going for the big spear shipment here in Age 3. 11 spears. He's queuing up 10 spearmen there too. Yeah, by the way, one of the bonuses that Maori enjoys is having the Bushido principles effect already in play for him. Which means, instead of training units in blocks of 5, they can train units in blocks of 10. Making them very efficient with less buildings. Yeah. Maori in that aspect are very defensive because these PA structures are way stronger than the normal town center in defense. And then they're able to actually queue up more troops from their PAs. So they don't have to build a training ground to make infantry. They can actually train the same infantry here too. From the get-go. So, yeah, if you ever ran into a situation with Maori and your like base is under siege, you don't have a training building, you can actually use the pod to make your spearmen, your marksmen, and your fighters. Which is quite good. And the other thing you need to know about Maori too is they let you choose the upgrade. So he's going with the Tehedawa Spearman, which means that his Spearman will actually gain 1 splash. If he went with the Tau Spearman, they would get range, so they would hit farther away. So you have to choose between the Tau Spearman and the Tehedawa. It's like here he's going with the Tehedawa for the splash aspect, and that'll make him really good and impervious against Cav. That's what he's probably going for here. How many factories is Brits on, by the way? None yet. Viringo could potentially be building 2 factories now in Age 2. But let's see what he's up to. Oh, he's actually aging up now. He's going to get frontier defenses to get some 2 towers to put in his base for defense, which is quite nice. Should go pretty well. That was an interesting sound. Oh, he's got his cherry bomb shipment, but that's going to be utterly useless against the Tehedawa Spearman. Let's see if the towers get spotted and sniped. Alright. He's going to have to... oh, no, this is bad. What, oh, no, he's getting surrounded. He's getting surrounded in his base. Alright, so the... he's going to try to build 1. Oh, but the spearmen are right there, though. He could cancel them. Cancelled. Cancelled again. Up. Cancelled. Yep. Beautiful, beautiful, Rommel. That was great. It's going to make attacking that base really easy now. Or at the very least, you just burned through an entire Viringo shipment doing that, which is quite nice. Oh man, it looks like British went with the Portuguese marriage, and thus they get a covered wagon with each age up like the Portuguese. If you didn't know, with the British in Wars of Liberty, instead of normal age ups, they actually marry people, and the person that they marry, they get a bonus from that country. So if you marry the Portuguese girl, you get a free covered wagon with each age up, which is quite nice. If you marry the Belgian one, you get access to some of those African natives that you can make out of the native embassy, and you get a native embassy too. If you go with the Russian girl, you can build forts with your redcoats and other nifty things like that, so it's really nice. Looks like he's going with the Victoria Cross there, right? Basically, the Victoria Cross will cost a shipment, but once you research it, you get 2 shipments back. So it's a way, again, like a free extra card by sending it. So now Viringo can get a factory, he can get the coin, You get a fort. He gets a lot of flexible options there, which is good. By the way, you only ever need this card unless you can't build the factories any earlier. For me, personally, I try to build my factories with resources, so I never include the one factory card. I just have the robber barons in H4 because it actually has some utility. And again, my build limit up by 1, which I think is really good with setting up your economy. Having 6 factories instead of 5 is definitely great in the long haul.
Ah, yes. Feeling much better now, sir.
Alright, Minutemen are again sniped. That's not good. The thing that makes these Porokumu skirmishers quite good is they have extra range compared to the normal marksmen. So they end up getting like a real range of like 20, like a real skirm. And then if you send their advanced card, then they get a range I think of like 21. And they become some pretty decent snipers then. Looks like Rommel also sent in a battalion of redcoats from his big button at his training grounds, which is nice. Give him some good anti-cav then, as well as some good reliable range shots against his units as well. So far, so good for Viringo. He's able to turtle well with that falconet there and force off the units. He will begin that factory wagon because right now it looks like he's strapped for food and not food, but wood and gold, and he doesn't want to risk gambling it all the way into factory investment, so he is going to ship into factory. Which I think in this situation is probably appropriate, so at least he gets the ball rolling, I guess. But eventually, once he gets a good accumulation of wood and gold, he can start stacking those factories like crazy, up to 3 of them. Alright, so now we got some Huera fighters. This is one of the possible upgrade paths of the fighter unit, which is your Sora Coyote runner. So the way it works for this is basically it's very similar to Tehedawa, where it gives your fighters 1 splash too, which is quite nice. Yeah, makes it a much better splash unit then. Yeah, so basically you have to know these upgrades pretty well. So you can either go with the Huera fighter, or you can go with the Mare fighter. The Mare fighter doesn't have splash, but he has like a bigger jump in attack. So if you want to single things like artillery, the Mare fighters can be better. But if you want to go for like a big fight against skirms, which is usually the thing you want to focus on, then the Huera fighter is going to be better. Likewise for the marksman, you got the Porokumu, more range. Or you can get the Tupara, which gets a short range shotgun style like attack. So he's better at short range and can like do some okay splash damage. So you really have to pick which one that you want pretty much and go with it. So far, so good for map control for Rommel, who seems to be maintaining the ball in his court in that aspect. However, the longer British stay alive, the more factories they can accumulate, and that'll make them a much more formidable threat. Because it looks like he did actually construct his other 2 factories now, so he's up to the max of 3. And then once he gets age 4, then he can have 4 factories, and then he can ship in robber barons to get 5 of them. He also has the big 3 Congreve rocket shipment too if he needs it in a pinch to defend. So we gotta look at that aspect as well. For something, yeah. Doesn't want to risk those Minutemen just yet because they're down to 1 HP since they've been on the field for quite a while now. So he has to kind of balance that out a bit. I also noticed he's made the change into green jackets. Green jackets are a 18 range skirmisher, so not the longest range of a skirm, but they get really good multipliers against dragoons. And they get some reasonable ones against heavy infantry too, so they're pretty okay in that aspect as well. Oh, I was trying to do some rain in the back with the poor Kumas, I see. Looks like British decided to go with the Swiss marriage, and they got 2 Swiss banks and trickle some gold, which is nice. However, these green jackets should be able to intercept them and take them out rather quickly, as we'll see. Also, Viringo is training cherry bums, which is sort of his hussar equivalent. The thing that makes cherry bums different than regular hussars is that they have their resource things flipped. So they have like 120 gold costs and then 80 food costs. And then they have more movement speed instead of more hit points. So kind of a bit weaker, but they really maneuver very well. Oh boy, look at that strong push there by Rommel. He's going for some big siege. Yeah, big siege there. Does he have enough units to defend? Well, now he's got some artist rifles. The artist rifles are an interesting one. So these guys are actually considered to be a counter skirmisher, which means they have multipliers against other skirmishers. So they're actually going to be best used against those poor Kumu marksmen, whereas the green jackets could be better against the spearmen. Anti-skirms like these usually don't have a malice against units either, so they really do true 22 damage against everything, including Assault and Scout. Which, you know, in some senses can make them a bit flexible too if you can kite well. So you know they're at least not taking too much, dealing with too much of a malice against their stats, which is good. It means that they will do more damage to Cav than, say, like regular skirms would, which is pretty significant. Set up town center there. Looks like to recover it. I think Viringo, by defending that rush, won the game. Because now he's got the resource advantage like crazy, whereas Rommel, he's got resources, he's just not in great shape. And now he has to like literally start retreating with his troops, and yeah. I'd be holding on to as many troops as I could if I was Rommel right now. Because that having multiple factories thing is going to bump the British up very quickly. And they're only still on 3 factories. He could begin factory 4 and 5 very quickly. And that would be uber fatal, you know. Big time. Quite good, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. What do you think so far? Viringo's been on fire today. He's won all 3 of his games. One against Alucard. Alucard's like a pro, and Viringo beat him. And now he beat Rommel twice. Viringo's looking quite good. I mean, he's been playing quite nice, I would say, for sure. So, that's good. Quite good, actually. Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah, let's go on to the next one and see what we got. Up another juego. Restart. Is the, very nice. Oh, Sagway has some preguntas. I need your help to install Wars of Liberty, by the way. Wishing to get back to it. Jolly good day, sir. 6 factories. How did they balance the British then? The mana boom is not a thing, though. Yeah, that's true. So the mana boom went to the Germans, and the British now get a factory boom. Yeah, but from what I understand, there was a nerf to the British bonus that will appear in the next patch. I just don't know what it is yet. I could actually find out right now if I download the latest Middle East beta and looked at it, but yeah, just note that the British will be controlled and balanced for the next patch. One thing that they decided to do, which will definitely help, is they decided to change the rockets from like a heavy cannon type unit to more of a culverin mortar hybrid. So it's no longer going to be this behemoth that nukes entire armies. It's just going to be a great siege tool. Good, but not too good. So yeah, I totally agree with their sentiment there, I think, and their strategy. I think it'll work quite good. So now we're going to see a best of 5 series between Rommel and Nathan. Yeah. And first game is called First One, so let's look for the first one. First one, where are you? Where are you, first one? This one. Okay, let's go in that one first. First one is indeed going to be the first one, then the second one, then third one, and then the last one. So, yeah. Some good battles to study here. Alrighty then, so we got Nathan as Paraguay. Very nice. And then we got Rommel as Haiti. Very cool. So, should be pretty nice, right? Yeah, most definitely. I think in this matchup, it really depends on implementation. Implementation is key. The one thing I will say, though, for Paraguay is that they're a little bit more protected from pressure from Haiti. Mainly because if Haiti decides to go with the Zingwen raid, it's a little bit more manageable, you know. It's a little bit more manageable if you're Paraguay, because not all your economy is villagers. Part of it's the works factories. So that's not an easy nukeable target by Zingwen. So that at least gives you a bit more security, really. But we'll see. We'll see, though. So we're getting a bit of slow-mo, but that's fine. That's okay. We'll have to see what the decks are, too. I mean, I think in general, Paraguay, build or-wise, plays generally within a consistent framework of ideas, but you never know. Deck is not selected yet. Alright. Let's see what Paraguay's got. By the way, this map is called Parallel Rivers. And basically, theoretically, the distance to your opponent is actually pretty short on this map, so you don't have to go that far. But the vertical distance up this way is a bit longer. And up here you can find all sorts of hunts, you can find gold, you can find natives. But sometimes in like a strict 1v1, you'll see people just going back and forth along the river here, and they won't even deal with all the stuff up here. But you can go up here too to find stuff, and you can even find some goats to stick on a livestock pen too. So yeah, kind of a fun map. Yeah, I like it. I like it personally because it has that aggro aspect, but it also has that, late game aspect where you have to risk going north without getting raided too much. So yeah, I think in that sense it's pretty neat, honestly. So here's the Haiti deck. So we got Civic Days, Extractivism, which is Eco Theory, Mystical Prestige, Priest boosts to gather rate of nearby villagers, Only good if you make priests. If you never make priests, then what a waste. That's all I'll say about that. H2. Pretty good aggro. You got your crates you need. Good unit variety. Got your necessary upgrades from Advanced Arsenal in these. H3. Again, reasonable setup spread. 1,000 coin would be nice if you wanted to go to straight Calenda Machitero, but I guess if you're fine with just fighting it out in H3 and going to H4 later, that's okay. Does seem to have the 3 artisanal cannon, the Vivandera, the Machitero, and the picket option, as well as the fort. As well as his ultimate building. Does have refridge. So that's the thing you gotta understand here is Rommel does have some late game economy. He's got the eco theory and then he's got refridge. So it's not completely cooked if it turns to late game. Because at least he's got a little bit of an investment in it. So that's at least the good part, I would say. Yeah, for sure. That part's good. Let's look at Nathan's side as well. Nathan, he's got the cards that I would expect. The Isolationism, the Ofibre, Carpentiero, and then the Alta Cocina. These are all gather rate upgrades to the works factories. This one is as well, but it's a trade-off one because it affects all 3 of them within a smaller number. But it makes the trading post like really expensive to the point that they cost 600 wood. Yeah. He also has the infinite food work one and the infinite gold work one. These are good for your early setup, and then if you lose works later on in the match, you can theoretically, send one of these in too. Just not used very often for that. But I include them in my deck anyways. So I have the option, It's always good. It's always good to have the option because sometimes I am willing to spend a shipment to speed up my eco a bit, and then I'll run the works trickle in, which is quite good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, basically. Aging up with the French immigrants. That's usually the most popular one. For Haiti, probably going Arabs, right? Germans, jawohl. Angelegt. It's going Germany. Okay, so if you get Germany early on, you don't get that free tower upgrade stuff that I mentioned earlier today. But you do get, I believe, like 100, 200 food and then a tower. So it's kind of like getting the Governor General, basically. But if you save it till later, and then you can actually upgrade those towers for free. If you get an H3, then you get the first upgrade for free. If you wait till Industrial Age, then you get them both for free. Which can be good depending on what your plan is, Whether you're going Fast Fortress or Industrial will really depend on what you're going with exactly. As for the French just give you some food crates, basically. Which can be quite useful, but just figured I'd point that out. Now I will say French probably, at least in the case of the Paraguayans, have the best technologies. Mainly they got the bakeries tech, which gives you 2 food works. That can be quite useful because, again, it's giving you 2 more food trickles. Because remember, if we look at the home city here, this only gives you 1 food works. The bakeries tech for the French immigrants gives you 2 for the price of this. That's quite good. It's like giving you two of these. Researches them at the same time, and then you save a shipping on it. It's quite nifty. Yeah. Now, what Nathan is doing, which I'm a little bit fascinated by, is he's going Outlaws as a start. He's getting a Town Hall so he can get a Codillo. There he is. And he's going for Club Nacional. So, this is sort of Paraguay's equivalent to Codizimo. So, you receive 2 additional Codillos in your base, right? But they become 75% weaker, so they go down to like a quarter of their stats. But the outlaw cost is also reduced by 2 as well, just like Codizimo does. So in this essence, your outlaws are more sitting ducks now if they get targeted. No, not your outlaws, your Codillos. They're more of a sitting duck if they get targeted. But now you get more queues of them than you normally would. Now you can have like 3 of them instead of just 2. Which, depending on your setup, can be more rewarding or it can be more risky. I think if you get more gold works out as Paraguay early on, you can keep the Codillos sort of off the battlefield. Over there where potentially they could run artillery or skirms to snipe them. It's better to have the 3rd queue, but if you just have to figure out what your plan is. Because if you run it the wrong way, I think it can be at curves. Because now they're getting shot really fast now. Compared to what they usually are. Basically. Oh, so he's going with the Saltatiradores. So these are basically a highwayman unit, so like an outlaw dragoon. Then you can get sort of similar to the Comancheros. So we'll see if this end up becoming useful at all. So when we look at the base stats, the range attack is 25. And yeah, around the Codillo it's 25. The good thing about these guys compared to Comancheros though is that they get veteran upgrade, guard upgrade, imperial upgrade. So they kind of improve over time. They're not like the Comanchero, but just gets like the Wild West tech and then they turn into poop. Oh wow, look at this. Good luck. Good luck here. Because you know why? It looks like Machitero is the unit that Rommel chose. It's an assault tag unit, which means that these guys, the Saltatiradores, have multipliers against the assault tag. So they'll actually cook these Machiteros right up, just like scrambled eggs and bacon and hash browns. This is a good unit carrier. I think that RNGesus was looking down on Nathan today, or whenever he did this match, and said, "My boy, I see you want to go with outlaws, so I will make sure that your opponent goes with the exact unit that your unit counters. Come hither," basically that sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, that's a godsend. I mean, if Rommel decided to go Escopetero like I would, these outlaws would have been punished really bad. Well, I don't think they would have been punished real bad, but because here's the thing. Outlaws tend to have a lot of HP for some reason. They're very tanky guys. So the Saltatiradores could have potentially evened out and sort of backed off, but it just would have been a bit of a conundrum, is what I'm saying there, basically. So yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah. Okay, so it's up to your doors. One-shotting the Escopeteros. I would be trying to micro these guys a bit better, though. You know why? Because the problem is, man, you gotta take these guys out fast since they're a skirmish unit and they counter you. If you take too long to do it, then yeah, you're kind of wasting the point of their durability. I kind of like though how he's doing though, because even though these Escopeteros are theoretically the counter, because these Subtiradores have such good armor, 30% armor, not bad. Their HP is pretty okay. They're actually able to make some good trades against the Escopeteros, which is quite good. And of course, the great thing about Paraguay is if you can get some gold works up, which looks like Paraguay already did. They never run out of gold. You know, they never have to switch to like plantations for mines. They do that, but it's not essential, right? Because they're already getting that gold trickle anyways. So yeah, I would say definitely try to focus on getting some more works buildings if you're Paraguay right now. Try to get some wood ones because you can afford those.
Jefe. Você empaca maché.
about some hospital stuff. So, from what we've seen, these Saltatiradores are a pretty reasonable outlaw unit. You know, they've been able to fight skirms, villagers, in numbers. Quite good stuff. I mean, I didn't realize how good these guys were until I saw Nathan using them this match. Definitely has a lot of promise, you know? Yeah. So he's got all 2 barracks and stables, it looks like. That's good. Because not only will he be able to train units from those, he'll also get free Akayobatais and Pitirais over time. The Pitirais are these sort of like cheap trash Bushateros that Paraguay gets in hand. And then the stable produces the Akayobatais, which is a sort of like a trash lancer. So great against skirms. So combine those with the outlaws he's doing, he's in pretty good shape. And he also shipped in the artisanal cannon shipment too. The 2 cannons right here, this one. Yep, so he's looking kind of nice now militarily. The only thing to watch out for is the fact that Rommel did make it to age 3. So he can conceivably get some better units. Conceivably. Now what he gets, I don't know what he's going to get. I mean, right now he's got pickets and Escos. But none of them are upgraded. Not even upgrade them, so I don't know why he's in this age. Is he going to get like Vivinderas or something? Or, well, the problem with that is he's running so much shock units that I don't know if that would even... I just don't know where Rommel's going here with his age 3. It's kind of tough to say, really. Yeah, really is. Also, looking at these resources a bit, I can tell doesn't have a lot of food and gold. That's the part that's got me a little bit concerned for the Glad, too. Yeah, definitely get that guy into limber mode because it's just going to slow your army down. Alright, so Nathan, you should probably go to Capital Age now. And get the Vedi upgrade on the Saltatiradores, just so you're keeping up with the Joneses on the stats. And you can compete. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Oh, now he's adding in some plagiadors and some satilos. Ooh, interesting.
¿Qué querés?
So the plagiadors, they're kind of similar to the Kurlos of Haiti, but they don't have the anti-cav thing going on, but they do have immense siege. What class are they? They are actually a cav unit. They're a scout unit. So, yeah, technically, if you're dealing with skirms, these guys are the better guys to run into somebody's base to try to ambush them with siege.
A tus órdenes.
But if you're fighting cav, then probably the Kurlos are better, because they're a line unit. So,
¿Qué
yeah.
querés?
I also like the fact that it has some pierce armor too, so if you do try to shoot them when they're trying to head towards your buildings, you have a little resistance. Keep them alive. These are the Satilos. They're like a very reasonably cheap assault unit. Yeah. No splash though. Just hand armor and hand attack. So like a very run-of-the-mill basic assault unit. I can't say for certain where they're going to be most useful, but probably when you're fighting like pikemen or something. Well, not pikemen per se, but like muskets. If you're like dealing with a small group of muskets, I would say probably these guys can dislodge them pretty well, which is good. Yeah.
¿Qué más pues?
Yeah, make sure you keep those plagiadors away from the, not the plagiador, the Celtiziadors away from the pikemen, because that's going to be the biggest threat. Keep away from the pikemen, they'll be quite good. Also, I don't, yeah, he hasn't upgraded them yet at the town hall either. They only cost, I believe, 100 food and 100 wood to get the veteran upgrade on the Outlaws, so you should probably get that right away too. Just saying. So he's getting slightly more optimal stats on it. So far, so good. I mean, I think these Celtiziadores are really showing some good promise, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing quite good. Celtiziador is also going to come up from the side and flank them, which is good. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's getting the job done. Great. Alright, so now Celtiziador is looking for a target. They took out Vil. They're going to target the Viringo now. Yeah, Rommel lost all of his tempo here, and I think it's going to be tough for him to come back at this point. He can try to run immigrants. Yeah, he can try to do Yuan battalions from the German colony. That's great. That should definitely help. Nathan isn't paying attention though. Look at the Yuans shredding him. Oh man. Oh lordy, lordy. You gotta watch. Yeah, Nathan, you gotta watch that stuff because now, look at all the stuff he was able to eliminate there because he weren't like watching them and stuff. Man, that's pretty bad. Oh, yes it is. I mean, look. Can't let him do that kind of stuff to you. It's not good. Lost most of his outlaws, too. He's targeting the rest of them. It looks like what he's trying to. Yeah, he's getting too overwhelmed by outlaws now. These outlaws, these guys are working pretty good, and too. I mean, while the Satiros don't have the same splash as the Pythidides, they definitely enjoy more damage, and the hit points are much better too. So, you either have the 1-pop splashy guys or the 2-pop tankier guys, I guess. Which I think overall works pretty well. How many works did Nathan manage to conjure up in the gold department? Only one? So he mostly did really good villager economy, which I think is quite nice, you know? Yeah. Yeah, he was able to macro really well with his Quaguas, to the point they didn't even need that much works. Yeah, that's good. For me personally, I'd get a ton more works though and be super greedy, and then I would come out of the gate running with all those outlaws if it was me. But maybe then they lose their effectiveness because you don't have them under your heel as much, so I don't know about that one. Alright, let's go into the next one. Alright, we're going to the one, I think it's called the second one now, or... second match. Rommel's going Maori again, and Nathan's going Uruguay. For me, personally, in this situation, I would say danger, danger, danger, danger. I would never face Uruguay as Maori. That's a bad, bad idea. It's a horrible idea. It's a risky idea. No, I think Rommel's really risking it here by going Maori against Uruguay, personally. Yeah, no, I think there's some risk here. It really is. It really is. I think the main issue is going to be Maori in early game. They just don't have the. How do I explain it? They don't have the defensive stuff to deal with like a full Uruguayan rush. Yeah, yeah. And if I know anything about Nathan at this point, he's not just going Gallego. I mean, Gallego alone, I believe if you go straight up Gallego with Uruguay, that's enough to hard counter your. Yeah, Uruguay Gallego rush is enough to counter Maori right out of the gate. So I think that alone would have, done something. However, now that I think about it more and more, I believe that Nathan's going to go with the Cuchillero Outlaws, the Cuchilleros. And that's going to be even more dangerous because they're going to have splash attack being sort of like an outlaw Mushitero with like a sword or a machete and a shield. And that's going to be even deadlier. So, I don't know what to say, but I think Rommel's going to have some real problems here. He's going to have to come up with something really fast. I think the biggest danger you run into with the Maori is the fact that they can't train dragoons. They don't have trainable dragoons. They don't have a maneuver class. So, anytime you run into potential assault units, Maori versus assault, it's going to be really bad. Or it's going to be very risky because you're going to have to pray that you can get enough spearmen or that you can reach the Huatas from the training school with their long spears. And even in that case, sometimes it's not enough. I've seen cases where Cap has gone full household blue with the Brits, and then the whole stack of Huatas couldn't hold them off, and it was just really bad. So, yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some risk here, for sure. We'll have to see, though. Yeah, definitely. Do we know what Rommel's running at this point? He's got this, and he's got this. This and that. This and that. Okay. We'll see in the end which one he ends up going with. Whereas Nathan is running this deck. So, for early game, he's got Beltesimo. That's usually the first one I get. But instead of Oriental Exodus, he's got Advanced Immigrants, which it's a pretty fair option. It gives you access to the Spanish immigrant colony. So you can make the what are they called now? I'm trying to remember what the unit is called. What is the unit called? I'm trying to remember what. I know the other unit is called the. What is wrong with my brain? I can't remember what's. Basically, you get a musketeer and then you get a raiding unit that can trickle gold. Basically, yeah. So it's pretty good for that. I know the name's going to come right to me if I see the unit. I'm going, man, I can't believe I forgot that unit. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, Beltesimo is usually a good start because it trickles you food, wood, gold, and XP. So, pretty reliable in that sense, right? Yeah. And I believe the numbers are slightly larger because it's not like Sumptuary Laws that has the export trickle, so it actually is a microscopically better trickle in the areas that you want, like the food, the wood, and the gold that you're normally looking for there. So, I think in that sense it's a lot better, honestly. Yeah, for sure. Going up with the German wave, pretty solid. Just note if you go up with German wave, you're gonna have to hope that the enemy's gonna go skirmish because your first initial unit with the German immigrants is the Diabo, which we saw last game, sort of those Yuans that Rommel made with the lance. So yeah, it's only gonna be very viable if you're dealing with skirmishers. I feel like Galego's usually more flexible. And also the fact that oh, he does have Codizimo, so he does have the elbow option there. Yeah, so like if he is gonna go with the Cuchillero outlaws with the sword and the shield, it would have been better if he had a musket to back them up instead of another scout, another caveat like a scout. Because then basically you're telling Maori, alright, just spam spearman then, and then yeah. But I guess in that sense, if you can mass him out quicker as Uruguay, because it's assault, you know, maybe you can overpower the spearman. Who knows? Yeah, so many possibilities, so many variables. That's all I'm going to say. I'm assuming Rommel's going to go similar. Yep, he's going to go New South Wales, and then he's going to fast fortress up with the voyage to the South Island. Yeah. Basic free fast fortress for Maori. Nothing too complicated there. That's good. We'll have to see what he goes with after that, though. Or if he has to potentially play defensive against Uruguay, which he might have to. Going German immigrants, starting with Uruguay, is very raid-friendly. It's telling me, okay, this guy's clearly thinking of raiding, because what are the two things that you're going to try to do with a Yuan start with Uruguay? You're A, going to fight skirms and artillery and stuff, and B, you're going to raid villagers. So we're going to probably see a ton of Vil raiding here. And then we'll likely see Cuchilleros be added in as an assault unit to sort of, you know, cushion some of the damage that the spears do. Which I think could potentially work, but we'll have to see.
Kate Heidi.
Alright, so where are we at now? So the food crate from New South Wales is dropped off. How's the placement of structures? So we got town hall here, market there, German colony there, houses. Is he going to borrow to go stable at all for the Yuans, or did he just get that for the tower and the crates? I don't know. Is he even going to go with any Yuans, or is he just going full Cuchillero potentially? He could be going full Cuchillero by itself. He might have went German immigrants to pick up that resource card that they get, the Oktoberfest one, potentially. So we'll see if he ended up doing it for that reason. Yep, here's the Cuchillos now. It's gonna go into striking on the Explorer. Yep, right there. Good snipe. Best part about targeting a Maori Explorer is if you can kill him, or at least knock him out, because you can't kill Explorers in Age of Empires 3 unless they... Well, basically any unit that has a hero tag, unless... wait a minute, no. I think some heroes can be sniped, but generally speaking, most Explorers can't die for real, so knocking them out. If you knock out the Explorer from Maori, they can't age up, because they need him to perform the voyage thing. So if you kind of snipe him, you either force him to have to get him back, or, you know, ransom him at the structure here, which can cost a bit of gold to do, so it's kind of annoying. Dude doesn't have his training grounds up yet. That's one potential area that these Cuchillos could target. Can he... Is he gonna see it in time though to... Is he gonna go after his livestock pen though? I don't know about that. I feel like a livestock pen isn't really gonna help you out much. We'll see. I should also point out that Maori has some really greedy cards if you happen to go with some of the more expensive age ups that give you shipments. Basically, instead of giving you one thing, they give you multiple things in a larger amount. So this card here, for instance, gives you 6 villagers and 800 wood. So 100 wood more than normal and 1 villager more than normal combined into 2 shipments. Very powerful, very impactful. And I love these cards. And it's the reason why I go with the more greedy age-ups with the Maori, is so I can actually send them in unison with each other and really fire a ton of resources into my pockets. So this is the dilemma of Maori. Yes, they can do spearmen, but the Cuchilleros, if done effectively, are just going to clean up the spearmen, no problem. Look at that, man. Look at that. Completely cooked. Completely cooked, yeah. And then he could probably take out another batch of them too. You know how much food and wood loss yeah, man, that's not easy. He could like heal these up with the priest, or he could come in with extra ones, and then he could wipe out that army and just keep grinding down Rommel's food and wood stock. Doing that, it's like really powerful, man, really powerful.
Ka haere ahau.
So now we got them to the Tehetawa Spearmen with their splash. Now they'll be a little bit more viable against Cuchillos. Also picking up the rat snares. It's basically the same as steel traps for the Maori. Is Nathan aging up, or what's his plan? So he's going to add in Escopeteros with the Cuchillos. That could potentially be alright. Because the Escopeteros deal their own splash damage with anti-heavy infantry, and then the Cuchillos will be doing splash damage. Might just be enough stuff to dislodge this whole Tehetawa Spearman splash thingy. We'll see, though. We'll see if it happens or not.
Kua whara ahau, a kaore au e taia teneke.
I see how he's trying to connect to the Cuchillos now. I think Nathan is luring him in, though. I think he's luring him in. Look at this. Look at what he's going to do. He's going to lure him in with the Escopeteros. Then he's going to turn around and go, whoop, swing with the swords. Oh, man. Oh, he just trapped Rommel right in where he wanted him. Look at that stuff. That's why tactics matter. He could have potentially fought him without the Escopeteros, but the Escopeteros just made the creaming that much easier. Yeah. Good tactics by Nathan there. Good Nathan hot dog with mustard and sauerkraut tactics. Yeah. Yeah. When I think of Nathan, I think of hot dogs. Yeah. And it's not weird or anything. It's because there's literally where Nathan's hot dogs in Long Island, was it like Coney Island, comes from. So, yeah. Some of the best hot dogs I've ever had. Good beef franks. So, if you ever think of the name Nathan, think of a hot dog. They do some other cool stuff too, like these little fried. They have like these little baby cocktail hot dogs with corn batter on them. They're like called hot dog nuggets. They're delicious. They got the big corn dogs, I think. They got French fries with like cheese and chili on them. They got all sorts of yummy stuff. So I wish I had one near me so I could have some, but unfortunately we have to deal with this Nathan for now, beating Rommel. At least I think he's beating Rommel. We're on the third now. Where's third? TH, third NR, and then last NR. They're conveniently placed next to each other so we don't have to struggle to find them. That's quite good, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, so Rommel's gonna play the Urochrony Civ.
준비.
Wow.
안녕하세요.
He's got Psy.
명령.
Oh, Gundam style Psy, and then he's got Kim Jong Un. That's all right. I got a Kim Jong Un Explorer with Little Rocket Man. I don't have Psy. But the home city I use now has Urochrony and her friend Sally, because Crony Bear is the best Korean that's ever existed. So I used to be into Little Rocket Man. Now I'm into Crony Bear. I think if you've played the Crony Bear game, Chrono Gear, you'd totally agree. And if you look at the stuff they have online for Crony Bear, you'd agree even more. I'm telling you, Crony Bear is the key, both to Wars, Liberty, Wins, and to life in general. If there's a Crony Bear, it's good. A little soft plush Crony Bear to hug tight. So yeah. What can I say about Koreans in general, though? They're just beautiful, perfect Civ. Koreans just have lots and lots of assets that really push them ahead. They get a good military, a good pike and shot combination makes them nearly unbeatable. They get the really good wonder they can do at the start, the Grand Palace that produces vills for free. So it's like having a second, like Ottoman town center working in the back, pumping out vills for you. It can also research European level 1 market techs at double price, so you can actually have a faster hunting, mining, and wood chopping rate than your opponents if you macro well, which is not hard actually. Because you're getting so many vills, you can actually, you can kind of finagle that in rather easily, which is good. Also, as I said before, they get the Myung, which is basically a longbowman, so it's really good stats. And then the Dangpa Spearman to protect them, which you can research a card to give them 1 splash, which is great. And you get the consulate too. You get a consul with all sorts of good options. You can get Chukonu with the Chinese. You can get pikemen with the Russians, the Opolshenets. You can get Marines with the USA. Or you can potentially get some samurai with the Japanese, but I will say that they're kind of poopy because, they don't have 1 splash. I don't know why they don't have 1 area of effect on those samurai. It's just so cringy, man. It's so cringy, and I don't like it. So, yeah. That's my take on that. And what's Nathan playing? What's our hot dog boy playing? Portuguese. The Portuguese. The gays Portuguese, yeah. So, yeah. That's what he's doing. So, what do I need to say about Portugal? They're a horrible civ that hides behind multiple town centers because they get a covered wagon when they age up. That's it. I think Wars Liberty Portuguese also gets a civ bonus where they get a free fishing boat when aging up 2. So, you don't even have to build a dock. They're already in the fish. Already making pescado. Pescado frito. It's insane. Grand Palace going down there. It's really the key to the Korean Urokronisev getting all the wins that they do, because all those extra vills really racks up very quickly. Now, the thing I find fascinating is you're going to be doing a 2-vill queue versus a 2-vill queue. Portugal with 2 town centers, Urokronisev with the town center, and then the Grand Palace. So, which is better? Which is better? I think the Koreans are better because the Urokroni units, the archers and the spears, just outperform, line infantry and ordinances and volunteers in H2 very easily, flatly. So I think that's going to really help the Koreans out here. And then they'll boost in price and pikemen with the Russian consulate, which will be even better. No, GG, well played. Looks like he went with the burger politician, which gives him 4 silver coin crates, which is telling me the Portugal is probably going to go fast fortress. Yeah, he did send 700 coin too, right? So he is going fast fortress. Okay. Wait a second. So why did Nathan get 7 cazadores instead of 8? Why? Por qué? Por qué, senor? Why didn't you get the bigger shipment? By 1 unit. Huh? Must not have been paying attention. That's kind of cringe. I mean, I would probably just get rid of the ordinances and put in 8 cazadores personally, so you have like 2 skirm shipments. Yeah, and he's got the 6 dragoons, which is good. Line infantry's alright. Fort's good. These guys are really good, these natives, the Capates de Mados. They're dragoons, but they have multipliers against villagers. Most ranged cav in this game has a malice against villagers to prevent the whole Hun, Mongol, Age of Empires 2 thing from happening. But these guys, the Capates de Mado, opposite. They're good at raiding villages, and they do have that Hun, Mongol thing in mind when you run them. What are these crony bears doing to this explorer? These crony explorers are taking him out. So that's pretty good, yeah.
Estou ferido, não me posso mexer.
Oh boy, he's got the good card with the Orcroisive. Look at this. He's got the Lord of the Mountains card. What this does is, it cuts the build limit of tigers down from 10 to 5, but it allows you to get tigers for free over time from the church, the monastery build. It's a beautiful card because it gives you a free military unit that's actually pretty decent. It has like a decent like 20 or so hand attack. It almost acts like cavalry. I mean, look, 19 hand attack, 160 something HP. That's pretty good. And then it gets like 10% hand armor. It's enough to harass these volunteers, these gunpowder units. Look at that. The tigers could beat the skirmishers. Look at that. Look at the Oro Crony Civ being a true strong plus crony bear alpha male crony bear civ. That's like really powerful. Man, look at that, right? Yep, very nice. Very good. Alright. Perfect. Alright, now he's getting the splash attack card for the spearman, the Moyi Dongabungji, or whatever Korean nonsense that is. It adds one area of effect onto the spearmen, so they become almost like little mini doppelsolners. Well, not quite, because those have 2 splash, but, you know, makes these spearmen more reliable and able to connect to multiple units if they're closely packed like sardines, which is pretty good. So yeah, I mean, that's going to be a pretty reliable thing, right? So, yeah. Looking forward to seeing that here.
Estou ferido, não me posso mexer.
Yeah, that one tiger took out one volunteer and he almost took out another one. That's how scary these things are. Poor Nathan, the hot dog, Coney Island hot dog boy, doesn't know what he's doing now, unfortunately. It'd be tough. Oh man, he's got the town center. Oh, he's gonna take out TC. That's really bad. See, this Oro Crony Bear Civ is really powerful. Like, Lily just, you know, sort of bum rush them with Spearman is enough to, like, put them on ice. Way insane what you can get away with this Civ. And, he's going Japoneses. Ah, interesting. I would have expected him to go Russians and get, like, huge batches of Opal Shenet Pikemen. Yeah, definitely. So that's a bit of a shocker to me. Because he probably should have went for numbers there and just had a ton of spears wailing down on his structures, probably. Yeah, I just think the samurai, while good individually compared to the pikemen, are just gonna... Meh. What's a combined siege? 200, almost 300, I guess. But it's between fewer units, so the cazadors end up having to do less work to target those samurai down. That's kind of my peeve against it, though. Because if you have a bunch of spearmen, then the cazadors have to like sort of target them one by one. If you're not microing good, then it becomes more of a threat. If you get like a handful of samurai, all these cazadors have to do is like micro right onto the samurai. See what he's doing? Yeah, he's targeting right on the samurai. He knows what he's doing. So you got this one now. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. That's what I was concerned about with it. Oh no, now he's not targeting the samurai. So no. Why is he standing right here? He should be microing away from the spearman, man. What are you doing, dude? You're not supposed to be doing that. Yeah, micro those skirmishers, man. Do you understand that cazadors have like low HP and like high pierce armor? You gotta leverage the pierce armor and not let the low HP get you down. So you can't do that. It's not good. Completely sabotage and the reason of even getting cazadors then, because the whole point of a cazador is it's a really good in range combat with its pierce armor, but its HP is lower. So if you try to fight him in hand, things are gonna get out of hand. You know, hand armor, hand, get it? Yeah. He's getting mercenaries. I'm a little bit weirded out by the choice to go on mercenaries, honestly. Yeah, especially since he doesn't have a lot of gold. He's got a gold mine here. He'd have to go out of his base to actually get more gold, though. I'll actually get one down there. Still. Do we even know what the saloon is even offering this game? We don't, so I don't even know what he's going for there. Oh, he's getting Hessian Jaegers. Huh, interesting.
ferido, não me
Yeah,
posso
I'm surprised they
mexer.
still show up in the roster. Yeah, I thought they got completely replaced with the Schutzen, personally, but hey, it's fine. Good unit, I mean, it's got good HP. It's basically an Imperial Skirm with 40% Pierce Armor, which is definitely good. So yeah, that's going to be quite reliable there, honestly. Again, you need to make sure that you keep them out of the hand mode of those spearmen. Otherwise, it's a complete waste, man. So, we'll see if he ends up doing that or not. But Rommel really should be letting the Tigers go in with the rest of his army, though, instead of just charging them forward like a madman. Because then he might get some potential hits with the Tigers on the skirms, which would be much better than nothing there. just so you know, something important you need to realize about watches is basically any sort of machine gun, rapid fire type of artillery in the game, including Hwachas, Gatlings, machine guns, any of those, has multipliers against cavalry now with the shock tag. So yeah, not only do these guys counter infantry, they also counter cavalry, believe it or not. Yeah, the Hwach is probably one of the best machine guns in the game because it's one of the only machine guns that actually has crush damage still. Yeah, I guess they changed like regular machine guns like Gatlings and World War I variants to doing pierce damage because that's the way that the bullets work in reality. Whereas the Orochrony Civ with their Hwachas still enjoys crush damage because they have those big fiery arrows that comes out of the siege weapon, so it can still be classed as crush. So yeah, Orochrony Civ with the best artillery too. Well, not really the best, but it certainly is a heavy hitter compared to other ones, by far. Ooh, interesting. Interesting timing there for Rommel to go after that fort. I think he got some extra points off of it because the thing was still constructing when the first barrage of the Hwach started. Yeah, but now he's got aimed these Hwachas a little bit better. He can use it to target the infantry, but he can also use it to target the Hussars too, as you're gonna see. Yep, see how it just flurried that Hussar there? He's quite good at that now. Pretty much, yeah. Fort down. Now you can move the Hwachas forward to target the infantry, which is great. Yep. Oh, beautiful. Experiment, get those Hussars. Now Hwachas can target those Jaegers. Jaegers, jawohl. Oh, nice. That's a good. Now one left though, which is sad. Oh man, look at those Hwachas go. Yeah, that Hwach is doing some good work there. We got another barrage. But now Nathan's correctly hiding with the Jaegers now, which is great. And probably going to be able to beat off that army, which would be good. All Portugal can do at this point is do what they usually do, which is turtle like crazy, and just stick a ton of towers up around their base and hope that the Orb Corrosive doesn't slam through with spearmen and watches and stuff. Yeah. I like how Rommel's getting iron flails. These are a good assault unit. They're one of the only assault units that specializes against skirmishers, because they get an area of effect and then they get a multiplier against skirmish units, so they're actually pretty good at fighting Jaegers, which is quite rare for that class. Definitely. Actually, they're one of the... Wait a second. They're one of the only assault units that... Wait a second. They decided to change the Iron Flail to a scout unit, because now it's got pierce armor and it's got the scout tag. That changes a whole lot, because now the Iron Flails have sort of become a better unit, because that means that they no longer suffer against dragoons at range. Wait a second. How did you get on Ibushis? How did you get on Ibushis? I didn't know you could get these guys. I didn't know you could get on Ibushis as the Koreans. How did you do that? How'd you do that? Wait a second now. Huh. Oh, so there's a bug. It sends a Japanese isolation option instead of just straight up Japanese. Ah, that's weird. I didn't know that bug existed. Hopefully the devs catch it. So instead of getting some Kietai skirmishers, you end up with Onibushis. Wow. Interesting.
Estou ferido, não me posso mexer.
young.
Impressive work by Rommel there. You know, he did have to pull out the old Oro Crony Civ to do it, though, but hey, if the kid needs it, the kid needs it. You know, I love the Crony Civ. I love the Oro Crony Civ, the Koreans. They're just so good with their economy and their military combination. How many vills did he even have at the end of the game? For perspective. 49? He could have easily gotten multiple town centers and ramped it up to like 80, 90, which would have been pretty good. Would have been quite nice. Indeed. So yeah, let's go for another one now. This'll, I think it's last NR, right? The last part of this best out of 5. We won't know who won though. Or actually, sadly, we do. But no. See, that's the problem with naming your. That's the problem of running tournament series off of recordings is, unless it's a 5 games in the best out of 5, we don't know who won. Oh man, it's all right though. We're gonna learn. We'll learn stuff. We'll learn stuff along the way. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, man. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Okay, so we got Rommel playing as Australians, the Huckos Bales, Ratsiv, and Nathan is playing as Haiti. Why does that sound like a bad idea, playing Australia against that? I don't even know. That's all I'm going to say. So one thing you should know about Australia is they have a bonus where when you train their villagers, the convict laborers, they come with the free sheep. So right away you should be throwing your sheep right onto a barn, which is your livestock pen for the Anglophone civs. USA for some reason gets a livestock pen instead of a barn, which makes like no sense because, look, if I go to any town in my state, you're going to see a barn within so many like square miles of each other. You're going to find a barn. So I don't know why USA doesn't get a barn, but Canada and Australia do. Makes like no sense. They should all have barns. You know, the barn was literally the structure that they gave to the United States in the Napoleonic era mod. So why can't USA and Wars of Liberty have barns? Give them barns, man. Big beefy barns to stick your animals in. Makes more sense that way. I don't know why the USA gets a little baby livestock pen, the rest get barns. If anyone deserves the barn, it's got to be the USA there, I would say, by far. So that part has me a little confused, honestly. Just saying. But I digress. But anyways, I think in this matchup, it's going to be heavily skewed towards Haiti because Haiti gets a pretty good variety of different outlaws, as you know. It's pretty solid ones that we've seen in the first game of the day with Alucard. Theoretically, you could run Mushitero against Boomerangs and win easily because the Mushiteros, as you know, have hand armor, which Boomerangs do damage, you know? Boomerangs do melee damage instead of pierce damage. They're basically like a throwing axeman. You think of the throwing axeman in Age of Empires 2, or even the Mamluk or the Gebeto with the Malians. That's sort of the way that the boomerangs work in this game with Australia. So, if he's going boomerang, Rommel's going boomerang, just going straight up Mushitero should shut that down. If you wanted to be clean and mean. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's what I would run against Australia if I was Haiti. I would just run Mushitero and just cancel them with that, you know? Because, you know, you could do the same with any Lamb Civ, but the thing with Haiti is they get Royal Guards, so they can do it late game. And they get a really good card, McCandle Plot, which gives them critical strikes. So, yeah. Not that it's going to go into that late of a game, because here's the thing. At that point, Australia should just be doing Rifleman then with the anti-assault multipliers. So, yeah. That's what I would do there, personally. But, it is what it is, you know? That's the way it works. Now, deck-wise. Same deck out of Nathan in the past, right? So he's got his Codizimo, so he has the Outlaw option. Pretty fair amount of crates and units. He does have Rum Industry. Gives you 2 gold works, which is good. So yeah, that's great. And pretty much if you run this with the German immigrants at level in Age 3, so if you get Age 3 German immigrants, you can actually get a total of 5 gold works with Haiti, which is more gold works than you can get with any other civ besides Paraguay, obviously, because it's where they're building. But yeah, if you want like a nice way to get a ton of gold trickle, combine this with Age 3 German immigrants, and then you'll get like 5 gold works. It's quite good. But if you don't want to go German immigrants, you want to do something like Alucard did with the Arab immigrant trade and stuff, you can still have a bit of gold economy from works. So, I mean, in that sense, it's a bit of a backup, too. Yeah, definitely. And other than that, everything else looks pretty reasonable here. So, yeah. How about Australia, though? Usually you can tell with Australia what deck they're going for, if they're going colonial or native. So, what do we got here? We got... Oh, so we got both. We got Rebellious Con and we got... now that's going to be concerning because we're not going to know exactly what he's going for. Now, one thing he should have gone is the Dreamtime card, because the Dreamtime card also upgrades the native faction units in sort of a inverse order. So, like, the earliest unit gets the most boost, and then the latest game unit gets the least boost. So, Boomerang gets like a 20% upgrade. Fire Stick 15%, which is average. The Aboriginal Tracker gets 10%. And then the Native Police gets like 5%. So, yeah, he should have gotten the Dreamtime card there if he was potentially thinking of going native faction at all there. So, yeah. Big mistake, I would say. Okay. I mean, technically, you should be using your Zinglins to pursue the boomerangs to keep his army low. Yeah, do that now. I mean, if you let this guy stack boomerangs, that's when he becomes a threat. If you take him out and nip it in the bud early with these Zinglins, the boomerangs aren't going to be that much of a threat. Notice how he's getting a factional politician tech here called Boomerang. Basically, Boomerang increases the range of boomerangs, surprisingly, from 14 and it goes up to 18. And then if you research a arsenal tech, I think it's Guncon, I believe, or one of the other ones, it brings the boomerang's range up to 20. So it actually gets the range of a real skirmisher and can actually go toe-to-toe with late-game skirms, which is pretty cool, you know, because it actually does does crush damage. Not crush it, hack damage, so it can actually cut through the skirmisher's armor and do, like, full damage with it. The boomerangs are kind of an interesting unit, you know. At the start, they can be a little bit wishy-washy and a little risky, but if you can keep them alive into the late game, they really pay back really well. Especially considering they do hack damage, which means that they can snipe falconets and culverins and mortars, and you know they're multi-usable. They have multi-uses if you save them. If you save them, they can reward you well. The only things that they're going to be bad against is obviously mass hussars. Surprisingly, assault. Well, somewhat assault. Well, that's the problem, because they do pack damage. The assault units actually have a better odd with them. Especially things like the Lancer, Spanish Lancer. You know, with Scolts. Those ones will do pretty good against the boomerangs on average. So those ones you gotta especially be careful of, I would say, overall. Yeah, and then we got some more boomerangs here that are good. So we got 10 and 10. So 20 boomerangs. That's great. 20 boomerangs, that's good. And now we'll see them push towards the enemy again, right? Yep. It's kind of funny because the those knives that they throw. Yeah, I guess that's one of the issues with this game is you're limited in the types of projectiles you can do because of the hard coding. So you can't have like a real boomerang being thrown at him. It looks like a knife being tossed at him. Yeah, it's all right though. I mean, it'd be great if we could get real boomerang animations where it shows it hit the enemy and then spin back. I believe they can do that in Hyrule Conquest for 0AD, but you can't do that in the Bang engine for AoE3, sadly. In general, it seems like Rommel's off to a good start because he's able to get a line of spearmen to push out the Zinglins, and of course the Spontooners are going to be great siege since they're a spear unit. And then he's got a strong range unit in the boomerangs, which will completely shred Escopeteros. they'll do okay against conscriptos as well. And yeah, I mean, I think right now, if you're Australia, you're doing a great job. Just don't lose that advantage. Don't lose it to these Escopeteros. Make sure you micro really good with these guys, and you'll be very well rewarded for it, I think. That's all I can say about that. I mean, just make sure you target those guys appropriately, and you should be all set, I would say. Yeah, most definitely. So that'll be good. Well, absolutely, yeah. For sure. For sure. Now let's see if Rommel pays attention and he micros this well. Because another thing Rommel would want to do is... Let me see. He's got melee, good. Get to H3 and get melee. Then these boomerangs also get a 0.5 multiplier against infantry as well. So they'll be even better at countering skirms then. For right now, though, we can try to go toe-to-toe with these a little bit. Stagger mode, absolutely. That's a great choice. Stagger mode will make you great against these Escopeteros, because then the shotgun blast that they do will be less substantial. Because if you didn't know, Escopeteros are a shotgun unit, and they actually do one splash, as you can see here. So they're actually good at hitting closely grouped units in general.
Ready.
This might be where the cookie crumbles for Rommel, because he's... Yeah, never mind. I think he just really wanted that structure down. Which, you know, I get, but just be a little more careful, because if you lose too much HP to these Escopeteros, then he turns the tables on you very, very quickly. So you gotta be careful of that. Maybe try to get fire sticks in H3. Get melee on them. Get melee on the boomerangs. Just utilize full anti-infantry against all that stuff. That's what I think might end up working, you know? Just saying. So, yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see. Maybe that'll end up happening here. What is he age up? He's aging up with Tokino, which is the Aboriginal one. So he's going to get fire sticks. Good, good, good. That's exactly what you need there. Oh, the culos. Here's the culos. Those anti-cav. These will be instrumental against the fire sticks that Rommel makes. But if they do survive and they win the fight, then they'll obviously also go on to be in monstrous siege units too. Yep, here comes Mary. This will add 0.5 on all the hand units. So not only the boomerangs and the fire sticks, but also the spearmen too. They'll become slightly better against infantry as well. Here's the fire sticks here, by the way. These are basically just moucheteros with high siege. So they get both the assault and the siege trooper tags on them. Yeah, kind of a fascinating unit. And their splash is great too. They get 2 splash instead of just 1. So they're like really good melee combat units, really. And then there's a tech they get, I think it's called Tomoko, that allows them to slow down enemy units too, like this, and stun them, so they can hit them easier, like that. Seems like Rommel still has the better score. But Nathan also has more resources. And he's pumping out Kulos with a Escopetero. Yeah. It would behoove Rommel to fight him in his own turf so he doesn't get the attack bonus away from his town center. That's what I would try to do here. But it might be a bit tough to keep up with.
Muy pari.
Aha, dort, hier, hier.
Maybe you should add some light cav in with all that since he has some surplus gold, or he could do artillery. It's never good to flood resources and never use them because then it just makes your odds of losing that much better because you're not putting in all the resources that you're able to accumulate. Obviously with Australia you get a free wool sheep with every villager you train, so he's got a ton of surplus gold that he's going to be milking off of that for a while. So you should be like thinking of, hey, maybe I should get some Whitworths. Maybe I should get some light cav against the Escopeteros, you know, something to even the odds more in his favor. Yeah. I think he accidentally clicked on that militia, by the way. Because I would totally, yeah, no, he shouldn't be doing militia. He should be doing boomerangs. Because, you know, the boomerangs, for what it's worth, are going to be doing much more efficient damage. Especially if he gets upgrade cards. If he gets this, if he gets this. If he, yeah, he's going to get really good stats on his boomerangs if he does everything right. So he should probably most definitely be going in that direction with the upgrades, honestly. We'll see how the fight is.
my day.
तैयार. Hello.
Alright, so we're starting this match now. It's going to be Rommel with India versus Goimistan with the Paraguayans. In this particular matchup, things can go in many, many different ways. India, as you know, is one of the best legacy civs in 1v1. They're just very reliable. They get a really nice either defensive or offensive setup with the Agra Fort, or they can go greedy with the Karnamata to get some extra resources with the boost to the gather rate it does for the villagers. Their military is pretty phenomenal. Sepoys, great backbone. You can obviously add in Gurks. The Gurkhas, basically early skirmisher, works great. Elephants are phenomenal. Sawars can be great, you know. Really, the Indian roster is pretty solid all around. And, yep, their villages cost wood, so at least if you want to go Sepoy, you don't have to worry about saving any food to queue up the villagers. So that's good. Yeah. Well, anyways, Paraguay. We've seen Paraguay a few times already tonight. Basically, with Paraguay, the name of the game is really just building your works buildings as fast as possible, getting your barracks and stables up so you can get some free units, and that's really what you're supposed to do with them. Goimistan, at least for now, is playing standard Paraguay, not the 2 food works one, but 1 food works one, so he's keeping his vills on hunts and bringing in a food works to essentially push him up a bit in food. That's the standard way to do Paraguay. It's the basic way to do it. It doesn't require a lot of build order modification or anything. I've sort of gravitated towards going with the 2 food works start with Paraguay. And to do that, you basically have to readjust your macro and have these vills jump onto a mine right around the time that the master engineer has enough wood to get a second food works. It's not that hard to plan, but it can leave you slightly a bit slower. But what it does is it ensures, regardless of the match and where the hunt placements are, you're always going to have food. You're always going to have a reliable source of food, because what you do then is, after you get your first food works wagon from the home sea, you go with Hemeroteca, which isn't here, but it takes all the works buildings and gets their build limit up by 1. And then you can essentially have 4 food works very quickly. And the way you do that is, after you get those 2 initial food works, the one that you built and the one that you shipped in, you wait till age 2, go French immigrants, and go with the bakeries tech, and now you can get 4 food works, because that thing sends you 2 of them, so it's 2 plus 2 equals 4, and you've got all your food works settled till age 3. Then you have to start building 1, and then 1, and then, yeah. So, but it sets you up really good for food economy. And then you can gradually start thinking about moving into woodworks or goldworks, depending on what your needs are. If you need Escopetero spear, which is usually going to be the case, then you probably want to focus on the woodworks if you can. But yeah, you get the idea. It's a pretty interesting situation, to say the least. But overall, I would say against India, Paraguay usually does pretty well if they can stick to Escopetero, but there's a but to it. I think you saw it on stream, I believe. Did you see the game where Nathan, I think it was Nathan, managed to run, or was it Darkspear? I can't remember. Managed to run Tigers in an India deck, and he were able to lane my units with the HP and attack on those things. That one shocked me quite a bit, because I didn't expect India, being sort of the backbone Sepoisive, to actually be a real threat to a Paraguayan Escopetero push with some cav. But truthfully, using those Tigers as the frontal unit, very devastating, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Alright, so what does Goimistan do? So Goimistan actually double dips on the food works, which, interesting, you know? See, if I play traditional Paraguay, I'll actually go for woodworks You know why? Because I know if I can get bakeries early, then I can get 3 food works and have a wood one. So to me, that just feels a little bit more strategic. Going 2 food ones is totally viable too, but yeah. Alright. Oh, so he's actually macroing towards a gold works. Okay. Wonder if there's some efficacy behind getting a gold works at this stage. Maybe there is. Maybe it's kind of the gateway to get into the woodworks, you know? Oh yeah, no. Kind of interested actually in the method behind that. Oh, definitely. Definitely rethinking things a bit there, honestly, to say the least. For sure. Yeah. Oh, yep, most definitely. But yeah. Overall, I would say... yeah. What am I thinking about? Oh, never mind. I was thinking in general, if you get a Goldworks early, is it possible that you could potentially leverage that into early artillery or cav as a alternative way to play? Or I just don't understand why the Goldworks is being put into play this early unless it's being used to propel you towards Woodworks. Because I feel like Woodworks is going to be the most reliable early structure other than the food ones. Yeah. And see, this is why I don't like this setup, because now it feels like Goimistan can't even reliably run bakeries until age 3, because he's got 2 food works. If he sends bakeries, he can only build one of them, but he can't use the other one. He's getting another gold one, alright. So he's got 2 gold, 2 food. I guess in that sense he can get the wood ones pretty fast now. Whatever. Yeah. Also make sure you keep this guy near the works at all times, because he actually has an aura that boosts the trickle rates of all the works buildings nearby. So you should keep this explorer guy near those trickle buildings all the time. It's very important you do that. Very, very important you do that. Because if you don't do that, it's not going to be that good. So just figured I'd point that out to you. You know, just saying. Anyways, what's India up to? They going Agra? They going Karnama? So he went forward Agra in this spot. And he's queuing up some sepoys now. Okay, so we actually got to pay attention to this a little bit. Because with India and the Agra fort, you got some options. You can either go all-out rush with India, or you can go semi-fast fortress, make an army of like 13, 14, maybe sometimes 20 sepoys, and make that a pressure point, and then try to eke your way into age 3 to get elephants to follow up and back up the sepoys. So, for right now, it seems like he's just going all-out sepoy rush, which I think fair. It's going to help with the Koigos. It's going to force him back a bit. But it's going to take a while for these sepoys to really threaten one of the works buildings. So in that sense, things could get pretty tight, because I think Goimistan for the time being... yeah, no, he placed this works buildings good. Can he siege these? Oh, he can siege this one. Okay, now that's fascinating, because I think in this sense, if India can get a free works building out of this, that's pretty good. That's going to be quite impressive. So we'll see. However, he is shipping in Escapatero, so gotta consider that aspect as well. But we'll see. He's got a little bit of time before the Escapateros really come in and... yep, pull back, retreat. As we go into stagger mode. Yep, head back. Okay, so the Sawars are shipping in now. Very good. Yeah, the Sawars should be able to deal with the Escopeteros pretty easily and allow the Sepoys to resume pressure on this works building. However, it looks like Guaymastan is starting to produce some barracks. They'll give them some free Pithirais, as well as allow them to train more Escopeteros. But how's his resource count doing right now? What is he on? He's on 2 golds, 1 wood, and 2 foods. So he's got a pretty good plethora of these works, you know. It definitely works. Get it works, yeah. Alright, so he's going to be making some Pardos to deal with the Sawars. Good idea. You can also use those Koiguas as a defensive unit too, because they have their own shotgun weapons. And they do splash, so they're very reliable for defense. Right now, I think his targeting's a little off. Nah, I see what he's doing. Yeah, but anyways, Pardos now connect to the Sawars. Artisanal cans have been shipped in, and those will be great for blasting back Sepoys. So for right now, at least, Guaymastan at least has the defensive edge, and his score is looking quite nice. Sure. So Spearmen are going to snare him, the Pardos, and that's going to allow the Escopetero to get a better shot at him. Yeah. Looks like he's pursuing with the Koiguas too. So he's also pursuing him with the Koiguas, which I think is a pretty neat idea there. So that'll allow him to lower his army numbers. Now the only risk is, if he aims in the wrong spot and one of the bullets strays and hits a bear, these grizzlies will come growling at his units here and come after him. So he's got to be a little careful of that. Oh man, yeah. So he was. Oh man, he ended up losing one of the Sawars. Look, he literally fell off his camel too. That was a big pushback there. So what is Rommel gonna do with? Is he gonna go Ottomans? Does he have a consulate somewhere? Where's his consulate gonna go? Because I think going with what he's going for is going to be a great idea. I just don't know if he's going to go Abbas with the Ottomans. That's probably going to be his best option. Get a consulate and get some Abbas gunners. Abbas would be great against Paraguay. Abbas would be phenomenal against Paraguay. Abbas would take out the cans. Abbas would take out the Escopeteros. It would take out the Spearmen. It's one of the neat perks about Indians and Wars of Liberty specifically is that they get Abbas guns. One of the best units in the game. Like, there's a reason why Janissary Abbas rushes with the Ottomans and Legacy are so good. India can do the same thing, but with Sepoys instead of Janissaries. A pretty good duo. I mean, yeah. I mean, again, now, like, because you get, like, 4 Abbas with each battalion. You can get, like, 2 of them in quick succession and have, like, 8 Abbas with a whole army of Sepoys. That is gonna make a difference, you know. Now, obviously, as you get more bills and your export rate goes up, then you're gonna get more Abbas, and then, yeah, combine that with some elephants, and you got a real formidable, you know, defense. It's great. All right. How many bills is he on? 26. Guaymastan is queuing up more Pardos, though, which is good. Artisanal cans in the back. Oh man, this is quite nice. It's tough to say who's the winner at this point. So yeah, he does go Ottomans. Very smart. Yep, he can get 1 battalion of Abbas out right now, which he should do right now. Not wait, get it out right now. And then within so many seconds, he'll be able to get a second one and be able to stack them. Because then he can beat out just about all this here. That's why I'm saying, like, I honestly can't tell who's going to win this at this point. Because provided he actually gets the Abbas now and not wait, like, right now, you should be able to do something. What is he sitting on? Like, Sitting on a gold mine right now. He can get 400 export to get that, and then he'll have another 400 very soon and get the other batch. It's like, really doesn't make any sense at all. Yep, there's the first batch of Abyss coming out. You should be able to get the next one probably right around the time that one batch is out. So he said like 385. That's right, 385, 390. Just like 2-3 more seconds, and then second Abyss batch can come out. It's good. Sawas. How many Sawas is he on? He's out gold, so maybe he's got a re-macro. Does he have any gold that he can get onto? Yes, he's got this. He's got one down here, which would probably be safe. He could even get this one since it's pretty close to the fort. So yeah, no, you gotta get your second Abyss batch out, and you gotta get your stuff organized. Also, his set boys are separated from the group. It's not good. You gotta keep them close to the herd if you don't want anything weird happening. Sawar's trying to do some nifty stuff, but it's just not gonna work with just 5. You gotta get some more stuff there to make it work. Where's the other batch of Abyss that you can afford? You know, you got the export and you're not spending it. You're floating it. You're floating a resource. You should not do that. It's very dangerous, especially since it's a very good year. I mean, look at what you're doing. You're like shredding his infantry. Now, what you need to do, you gotta micro down those artisanal cans. You gotta hit those things. You gotta hit that can right there. Yep, see that's what you want to do with Abyss guys. They're great at sniping artillery. It's one of their best uses because they do crush damage. But then you can get some more Abyss there and go in for it again, you know. Like that, yep, very nice. Got another can. Oh, yeah. Had that other batch out a bit earlier and maybe saved some more of your army. You could be winning right now. Could have beat out that whole mass. Because you chose to be a slowpoke. That gave Guimistan the massing they needed to beat you out. Yeah. So there we go. GG. Good job, Guimistan. That was a good defense. Good turtle. That's the way you should do Paraguay. You start out with the turtle and then you swarm. Swarm them like a big thing of bees after you knock out their nests. That's the way Paraguay works really good. Just stinging them with tons of little things there. So yeah, now we're gonna restart again. Go into another match. See what match we got now. Let's find out here. So what recording are we on now? Peru versus Korea. So that sounds like a Viringo match. Yeah, he's the practitioner there. Let me find out. Peru versus Korea. This one. I'm presuming this one, yeah. Yeah, Viringo still plays Peru. I mean, he has branched into British, Germans, Indians, Argentines, and a little bit of French, but yeah, no, he still does Peru. Oh, Lars playing Korea. Okay, so Lars is playing the Eurocronisive Koreans, and Viringo's playing Peru. And the map is Shangri-La, so it's an informal map. It's a quote-unquote normal map. It's far from normal because of how unbalanced they are, but they're at least somewhat fun to play because it forces you to think differently. So on this map, you're in the Himalayas, right? You're in those big mountains. So the way this map works is this is like Tibet, the plateau of Tibet up here on this side. And then you got the Himalayas right over here, the big mountain range, the icy tops on them. Then you come down here, and this is like green pastures, you know. Got like green grass, you got trees, you got like animals down here and stuff. Thing looks like much cooler and much warmer and stuff. So yeah. And what you're supposed to do is start out here. Maybe battle a bit back and forth, but you're supposed to like get a TC down here somehow and compete for all the resources down here, because this is where majority of the food and the gold is on the map. And if you don't come down here, then your opponent gets a ton of map control and starts weeding in all those resources, which is big. Let's check this Peru deck. Is it the one that Viringo's used in the past? It looks to be a new one. So he's got 3 Cholos, Prosperidad Falaz, and Naturalist Expedition. And then H2, he's got some good crates. He's got the 5 Villager, Legion Puana. He does have the Campaña de Restauración for the Grenadiers. Essentially, it adds 15 damage to all actions and then 15% to just hand attack. So basically, it's like a 30% buff to hand attack, which is pretty substantial, and then a 15% buff to like just shooting the musket and throwing the bomb, you know? Yeah. Got Lancero, Fencing School, Bimetallism for the gold. He's got all the late game eco stuff. He's got Gran Coco, Casa de Moneda, and Refridge. He does have his ultimate building here, even though there's no way for him to access it because it's not a water map. Fort, railroad track, recycling. And then H4, he's got a one-use shipment of Guardia Marinas. Why? Why do you got this? This makes a little more sense. The fort's fine, castamentation, and then to the last cartridge is just a beautiful card that sets it up so when your units die, they deal more damage nearby. So it's a good defensive and an offensive mechanism when you're battling. So Peru is aging up with the first Chinese wave. And Lars is probably going to get the Grand Palace, right? Oh, he's going for a livestock pen too? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, there's enough yaks on this map, I think, to make that justifiable. He's going to go for Grand Palace. Looks like good idea. Get some free villagers out of that. Maybe get some of those market techs at double price so you can get even more resources. He's going with advanced wonders to have it build faster and have more hit points. That's pretty cool. I don't think anybody ever gets this card. I'm just saying, I mean, whoever gets the Advanced Wonders card, when do we ever see that in like a real competitive game? I don't think we ever do. We really don't. I've never seen it be used before. No, I really have no idea when you would ever go with this particular card. I know when I was growing up, playing Age of Empires 3, I thought it was a pretty good card. I was like, oh wow, it helps me age up faster, it makes my wonders sturdy. Oh, it's so awesome. And then get the competitive world and it's like, why would I use this? There's so many better options. So yeah. Yep. Well, anyways, Chinese immigrants for Peru. It's probably the preferred one. It's the one that I've found to be the strongest. The reason is because it gives you a ton of great early technologies. Choflita and Chatel. They essentially give you really good gather rates on your natural resource stuff. So one benefits hunting and berries, and the other benefits mining and wood. And if you get that on top of other stuff, you can stack a ton of early game resources. It's particularly good for going Brinero build, where you start up with Brineros as like a backbone, spammable, cheap wood unit, because Brinero is one of the only units in the game that only costs one resource, it's wood, and it's like an early skirm. So you can somewhat use those Chinese immigrant resource techs so that you can go for a early, Brinero push. But then you would also normally combine with like exotic hardwoods and then copicing, which is the new name for sawmills. So yeah, good stuff. So yeah, that's definitely what you want to do there. Viringo will start with Mushatero, which I think could be a good opening depending on how good you are at raiding. Otherwise, it's just a solid unit for early game that's good at shredding infantry in particular, but also artillery. So we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. Let's see how good his raids are with the Mushateros. Also, how's Raj doing with this defense? So he's getting the barracks up now, which is good. So he can get Dank Prosperiment, he can get young archers, get in a good Uro Crony defense going with his Uro Crony Civ. His Crony Bear Civ, yeah. Looks like he's already got some youngs out. I believe that amount of archers can beat Mushateros. Let's see though. He takes one out. It's gonna take another one out, guaranteed. Yeah, that one's, yep, boom. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These archers are like really good. They have their longbowmen, so they get extra range, and then they have the rate of fire 1.5 instead of 3. So they're sort of shooting it 2 arrows for every time that, you know, a gunpowder would shoot like 1 bullet. They're already shoot out 2 arrows, so they're really good. Oh, he's getting the Bhakti natives too. Oh, that's pretty good.
Huh?
So here we up. Looks like Lars was gonna go with the Fort Hwasong Fortress Wonder, but Ringo was able to counteract it with Mosquiteros and Lancieros. The 3 Lancieros should be, and then the massive Mosquiteros. Mosquiteros should be able to beat the Spearmen, theoretically. Interesting. Does Lars have the splasting on him yet? Nope. So still pretty moderate.
See?
Viringo now going with second Chinese wave. I believe that'll give him some coin crates, silver coin to be exact. Ours is also an H3, and he will be getting... Looks like he shipped in some Fire Lances, is that right? Very powerful unit. Essentially, Fire Lances are kind of a hybrid between Siege Trooper and Skirm. You get 1.5 against heavy infantry, so sort of like a Skirm. And on the other aspect, they're like a Siege Trooper, you know, because they have the crush damage and the high siege amount. But because they're sort of like, I don't know, they're sort of like kind of a semi-grenadier because of that. They are still labeled as a line unit as well, so heavy infantry. So you kind of have to be careful against skirmishers in particular. But also hand cavalry, so they're vulnerable to a lot of things, pretty much, yeah. But interesting about them, they don't get a malice against the artillery though, so they can like snipe artillery with those rockets pretty easily, so that's one potential use you can use them for, which is quite nice.
반갑네.
I somewhat commemorate Lars for going for the gold mine across the way there in the grass, but he's doing so without like a protecting castle or anything, so he could get easily sniped off by a few musketeers, so he has to be really careful with that. That's sort of the risky thing about Shangri-La is it's great when you can commit to the other side of the map, but you gotta do so in a precautious manner, like have a castle there that you can garrison in, something of that nature. Because if you don't, all it takes is a few cav to come across and those villas are effectively gone. So, gotta be on top of that. You really do. It's not even up for debate at that point, no.
대기. 뭔가.
it's one of the dilemmas you run into in Mushateras in late game is apparently, unless you upgrade them, I think, to at least a guard upgrade, the towns are actually strong enough with its anti-shotgun multiplier to effectively take out a Mushatera in one shot, which is quite disturbing. It is. Because you spend all that food and wood to make a assault unit and then it just gets one shot by the TC. Means you have to be really careful with how you raid with those, if you do it all. Yeah. Look at all the artillery that Viringo's doing. Look at all these artisanals. He's got him up to inspired, right? The veteran upgrade. For Wars of Liberty reference, veteran upgrades for artillery only cost like 100 food and 100 wood. Very cheap, because you know the guard upgrade for artillery, like field guns and legacy, is like 250 food, 250 wood, so they made it like very cheap to be able to like get a simple upgrade on your artillery between age 3, yeah, like this. Otherwise, I think Glorious at this moment, I can totally understand why he's struggling with the lens pace, because he doesn't want to risk Window coming out and raiding him with some sort of crazy Mushatero thing, like he always does. He always finds some way to with Lancieros, escape out, and raid. Yeah. Somewhat understand why Lars is going this way and doesn't want to throw too many girls down on the side of the map to get hunts. Honestly, though, with Korea, your price, if you got some good cars to artillery, I don't know why he's getting cooked like this. You know, he should be doing either Huashas in mass, or he could do Chongtongs too. Chongtongs can be alright. Basically, the Chongtong is like a flaming arrow type rocket artillery you can use to counter artillery mainly. Yeah, no, Huachas are solid too because they do crush damage as well. Just gotta make sure you get enough of them, so you don't end up getting bad RNG on the arrow shots and having them get destroyed. Yeah. Speaking of the devil, here are some Escultas right now. Much the same as the Argentine ones we saw earlier. These guys are going to be great for shredding heavy infantry. In the case of the Orochronic Koreans, the spearmen. But also the Byongyaguns, or whatever those matchlock rifles are that Korea gets. But yeah, no, I actually would say you don't want to use it against them, because they actually get a range multiplier against assault, so only useful if their young Yigilans numbers are rather meager. If they're big, don't do it, because they'll just shred down these guys very quickly. How much build commitment is Lars doing compared to? About the same, but he actually went down there to take out Viringo's Bhakti settlement. kind of good because if Viringo gets enough food and wood, he can actually start throwing in war elephants there too. So you gotta be careful of that. Because war elephants would be quite devastating against Euro Kroisev. Because they're assault unit, they got the hand armor, and then of course if they hit those squishy archers and fire lances in the back, multipliers also come into effect, so it's kind of risky. And see Lars one with the intervention card with the Russians, right? Yep, because I can see those Stoonies there. Yeah, they're called Sibiriakis. Essentially, they're a basic Coyote Runners type scout unit, but they get a charged splash attack where they do one splash. So, kind of a fascinating unit. Weird thing is they're actually not even a regular unit per se, because they're actually meant to be used as like pleasure guardians alongside the explorer. So they're like guardian dogs, but they're not dogs. They're hairy Russians with swords. The only thing I guess you could replace with the guardian dog or the cat. Yeah, definitely. It's like Viringo's pressure's working pretty good there. Yeah. Especially since he still has some sculptors alive to keep away the other units while his artillery and grenadiers do the sieging. Hi bro, good games, good casts. That's good to hear, Juanito Taco Capi. Pretty good. Alright, so it's going for another mixed consulate battalion here of Upper Spears and Pastrunis. So yeah, let's see if that ends up working. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay, so where's Viringo go from here? Let's find out. Got Pedreros, so he's gonna go for long range siege. He's shipped in his Guardia Marinas. Again, I don't know why he made these things. They make no sense to me at all. I mean, they'll be okay against Fire Lances because they're anti-siege trooper multiplier, but I don't know what he was going for with this exactly. Maybe he just thought, you know, having an anti-siege trooper unit mixed into it would be good, but I'm not 100% sure of this one. Definitely not. We'll have to see what that's all about. Yep, big time. So his hope is to go long-range siege and hope that the Guardian Marinas alone will protect them. And some Escolts. One Escolt. I'm surprised Lars is just getting the Orochrony Archer upgrade now. It's weird. Okay, he's getting more Legion Prize and Escolts. That seems a bit more reasonable here. Yep, here comes some more Grenadiers, some Escolts. He's also getting Guard, Pedreros, good idea. Even more damage on them. What is Lars doing though? Is he gonna like actually try to defend this, or he's massing up the youngs? That's a good idea. I absolutely approve of that.
Yeah?
He's getting the Chongtongs. I think he heard me and he said, "Why don't we get Chongtongs for artillery?" Probably because he was petrified of all those artisanals that attacked him before. So I think that's pretty fair. Just make sure that the Guardian Marines don't shoot that thing. You'll have some problems. Or if the Escoltas charge them. Even grenade toss from these guys will lop that thing out, so you have to be really careful. Yeah, he was gonna get some Gungo Cavalry. I'm like, wait a second, why are you canceling those out? You know you need that, right? Get some Gungo Cavalry. It's got so much assault here. You need a big thing of firepower to deal with these. Absolutely. If you don't, you're basically GG'd and well played. Really. Interesting. We got a Viringo game here. It has Korea versus India, too. Interesting. Interesting. I kind of want to see that. Because India versus Korea, that's a spicy combination. I think that might be Rommel versus Viringo. Definitely want to see that one. That's definitely one we want to watch, I think. Honestly. Just saying. Just saying. Oh yeah, another fact about these guys too that I always forget about. They actually have a faster rate of fire than normal. I think it's a rate of fire 2 or something, but in general it's pretty powerful. Because most marine infantry has the same rate of fire as a normal musket, so it's like 3. I believe this guy either has 2 or 1.5, so they're really good for shredding stuff. That might have been why Viringo put this in his deck, actually, because he was thinking, okay, the multipliers can sometimes be useful, but it also shoots fast with 27 ranged attacks, so yeah, pretty good. Now, if it was in the old days, when ultimate villains were unlocked in Age 4, he would also have a guard upgrade applied to him as well, and he would be doing like 30-something range damage, which, not bad. I mean, it's like almost an Imperial Skirm that can shoot fast. You know, the only thing that might not equate up to that much is if you're looking for multipliers, because obviously in that sense, you wouldn't meet the quota that you're looking for, but otherwise, straight up Skirm. Yeah. So now let's load this match up. It's gonna be in India versus Korea. Gandhi versus Euro Kroisev. So this one I think is gonna be quite nice. Looking forward to it. So this will be quite nice. Let me see what it's called. I think it's called India versus Korea or something like that. Korea versus India. We'll see though. Let me see. This one. There we go. Perfect. I believe it's going to be a Rommel versus Viringo one, but let's see. Yep, it is Viringo. Okay, so it's Viringo playing as... Wait a second. I didn't know that Viringo played the Korean Civ. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him play this before. I've never seen him play Korea before. Rommel we saw play India, so I'll be honest. I mean, if Viringo knows what he's doing with Korea, if he's seen my stuff enough, he's gonna have a real easy time here. This is gonna be an easy win. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is gonna be an easy win for Korea. From what I understand, Korea versus India, Korea always wins. no matter what the odds are. Because the thing is, that archer spear thing just beats India really well. If India goes aggro with an aggro fort, yeah, the archers will just clean them up. If they try to turtle it out, archers and spears will be in their base. They try to fast fortress it. I don't know about that. But what I can say, though, is that with enough archers and a little bit of spear help, you'll probably be able to deal with the Mahouts even. So, yeah, definitely. We'll see, though. I mean, this might be... I can't recall if this is Viringo's first instance of Korea. I've never seen him play this Civ before. If he's, like, branching out into this Civ now, that's pretty good. Just saying. It's quite nice, honestly, so we'll see. So what does he call them? He called them Viringo and Etiata. Very creative. I just call him Viringo because that's the OG name that Viringo had was Viringo, so that's what I remember him by. So what? All right, so India deck's the same one as last time, right? The thing I'm not too keen on is why does he have advanced rice paddy? Like, you know India's like really good with wood gathering, right? It's like their specialty. So why would you need rice paddy? You better off be putting in like rum distillery or royal mint. Well, probably rum distillery, just so it actually does a little bit better when you do need the rice paddies. I don't really think having cheap rice paddies is going to make a huge difference, and I definitely don't think HP on rice paddies is important either. Yeah, no. It's just, I don't know, man, because whenever I've run an India deck, I always had Royal Mint, Sustainable Agriculture, and Rum Distillery. I had like kind of like a full eco stack for the Civ, but guess not this guy. I just think grazing is just really inefficient. Like, you know how much camels and elephants are going to need to get a return back on this? Like, really? I tried that growing up when I would first play AoE 3. I tried using grazing and I was like, interesting. How many camels and elephants do I actually need on the field for it to be profitable? It took quite a lot. I needed like 30, 40 Sawars, a couple of Zams, and had like, I don't know, like 6 Mahouts and a couple Howdas. I'm like, oh, okay. But I was like, when are you realistically going to have this type of an army card, you know? Because you clearly need infantry as India to defend. You know, you need Sepoys and Gurks, so it's not like you can really afford to expend that much pop into just straight up cav. Especially when you got things like, I don't know, quote-unquote muskets to deal with, you know, musketeers. So, yeah. Alright, he's going for a defensive aggro fort. Probably petrified what happened last time with Goimistan, so he's playing passive this time. Viringo going with Grand Palace, playing it the way he's supposed to. That's always good. You see people do that. It's going to be really nice. Getting the barracks I see too. Get those archers rolling out and spearmen. The Orocrony army. That'll be quite nice. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, look at that. Rommel canceling the market. Oh, boy. See, the good thing is, when a building's almost complete and you can do this denial, that's less wood that Viringo gets returned to him, refunded. So that was a good push by Rommel there with the Sepoys. It's like, ooh, that's quite nice. Still, the problem is going to be that these archers are just so efficient that he can't ever really engage them effectively. Now, he's going to need, like, actual Mahouts to deal with these archers. Not even Sawars. Because the problem is the spearmen are so good with Korea. You really can't afford to go Sawar. You have to go, like, full assault. Because at least the elephants have hand armor so they can, you know, they can resist the spearmen enough. And then they have the splash attack, so they're just gonna make a bigger impact with the attack. So, yeah, definitely. Big time. So, yeah, pretty much. Oh man, look at that. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, these archers, if you're not careful, they can raid you too. Because their rate of fire is so fast with 1.5 that they can, like, nuke single targets like Bills very quickly. It's really tough. You gotta be really careful with it. Ayo, he's doing the right build too. He's going with the Russian consulate. Oh boy, but he didn't. Oh man, you gotta send this first because it discounts the cost of the allies from 100 to 25, and then you can easily ramp to 2 stacks of the pikes. That oh man. That was a bit of a blunder there by Viringo, but it's alright. I mean, I think he's going to get enough leeway out of the archers right now, and I don't see Rommel really improving himself in this matchup. No, at least not yet. I mean, he could always come back and be a threat, but 4 Sawars and a bit of infantry of Gurk and Sepoy. Yeah, no. Whatever Viringo's doing with the archers alone should be okay. Should be okay.
벗어요.
Yeah, all really Viringo has to do here is keep the spearmen safe from the infantry. The archers should be able to make chase against the infantry because the thing is, even Rommel's Gurkhas has 18 range, so they're not even like full skirmishers. They don't even have that 20 range, so they actually can be picked off by these archers pretty good if Rommel's not paying attention at all. And this is a beautiful Huasong fortress here, dead center and where right in the middle of the plateau. This is beautiful because this is essentially going to grant Viringo central map control. So Rommel's going to have to like go all the way around here to do anything significant. He can't go straight anymore. It's going to drag down his time and everything. Ah, interesting. So you tried to flank him with the Salwars, but the spears are thankfully there to counteract. Very good. That's why I think the Russian consulate allies is one of the most beautiful things to have with Korea. Because you can actually dedicate all your food and wood to just the archers, and then use the consulate to provide the anti-cav if you want to. So sometimes going Dangpa Spearman is totally optional when you're playing Koreans. It's quite good. Quite good indeed. That's weird. Rex just DM'd me saying, "How was the streaming?" Like, it's still running, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? It's still running. What are you talking about, man? Should still be running, right? Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. I don't think they shut it down. No, it says it's still live here. What is Rex talking about? Unbelievable. What are you doing, Rexy? Looking up too much Paw Patrol stuff? I have no idea. No idea. Ugh.
준비.
You don't suppose you're gonna do Retold in Tail the Dragon? Do you really think I'm gonna be doing Age of Mythology stuff in the Wars of Liberty Casted game stream? Really? No. I need to dedicate a whole day to that. I think. You know why? Because I know that map that you made, Reign of Blood that you made, and I'm gonna be sitting there for hours doing it. We got to give it its own stream, man. That gets its own stream. Because I tried doing that before on the easy difficulty, and it was really, really painful. If you want me to do it on the hardest difficulty and with all the kinks and stuff that you added, yeah, I need to dedicate a day or at least half a day to it. It's the only way, man. It's the only way, pretty much. So, yeah. Tough one, indeed.
대기.
That's interesting. I haven't used the H3 Archer shipments in a long time outside of doing the military examinations build. So yeah, kind of fascinating. Because normally when I set up H3 cards for Korea, I'm more attuned to going with the Hwachas, the Fire Lances, and sometimes the Iron Flails. But rarely do I ever go with the Archers. Yeah, we could do some. You know what? I'm talking to Viringo. He says we want to do some games. Yeah. Let's do some, man. Yeah, we could do some more matches after this. I'm fine with that.
준비.
Yeah, no, I'm totally up for that.
대기.
Who wants to see me do some more Euro matches after this match here? Yeah, I'd be totally up for that, and then we can save the other recordings for next time. But just make sure that you guys submit stuff quickly because we're getting close to the wire. I mean, I don't think we're getting close to the wire that much, but I'm just saying, like, we have no idea when this Middle East patch is coming out or whatever. So I always say, just make sure you get as many coins as you can in this version, so I hopefully don't have to like flip back and forth between it when it ends up coming about, so yeah. Ugh. Well, I'll be honest with you about Middle East. I haven't actually gotten to see any of the maps yet, so that's still a work in progress for me. So you got plenty of time to like send me recordings and for me to keep casting this version. Just ugh, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Looked at so many recorded games tonight. It's crazy. Yeah, so I will join Viringo's lobbies after this and probably play a couple of rounds. Because I did say I was going to do some gameplay tonight too, so we'll make that part of this as well. Change things up a bit. Which I think would be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. See? I mean, honestly, Viringo could be targeting the Salwars with the Huachas again because they are a machine gun and thus they have multipliers against the cavalry. I would be targeting them into the element. Yeah, see that right there? Look at how much damage I did to that Salwar, and he's gonna wipe it out now too. Yep, very good. Very good. That's man. See, if he did that earlier, he would have been clean and pristine with that. But now it's extra work, and then yeah. I mean, he's still gonna win. He's still gonna push him because he just has the good position up here on the hill with 2 barracks and a fortress doing artillery. But, you know, that's... Yeah. Ugh. Ooh. I'm just a little shell-shocked he's sending this so late. This is when it's supposed to be one of the first things he sends, so you can actually save on your alliance choice at the consulate. Once you send it this late, it's just sort of a weird, awkward crate card at that point, and it's like... really not good. The only time it might feel a little bit better is if you swap from ally to ally. Then it might be a little bit more intuitive, but other than that, yeah, doesn't feel great.
Yeah?
That fiery barrage of the Huachas is always sure to win. So yeah, good. Very good. Let's seek out Viringo's lobby now, so we can do that. I'll restart. Restart now. Join now. Hopefully he's watching this live so we can coordinate. I think he said room. That means I should make the lobby, right? Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie dokie. Where are you, Viringo? Juanito Viringo, ¿dónde está Juanito Taco? Where are you, Viringo? Viringo, where are you, Viringo? Do some little. If you want, all right. It's up to you, man. Why don't I'll duel you with Korea. We'll see who the best oral crony civ practitioner is. All right. You're gonna play Korea. I'm gonna play Korea. Let's do it. Let's do Crony Bear versus Crony Bear. Cray Bear. Cray Bear. Let's play Cray Bear. We're crazy. You ready, Frey?
Yes.
He does this every time. When I want to do a mirror match, he like swaps civs. So he's probably gonna pick some other weird thing. Yeah. Too scared to mirror me in Korea? Are you ready, Freddy?
Are you ready?
Are you ready, Freddy? You ready to start? I'm ready to start. Are you? Ugh. Why is taking this Juanita Peruana so long to start? I don't know. It's probably fumbling through all the civs, figuring out what to use to counter my Korea. Oh, what am I gonna do against the Gringo and his Koreans? His little crony civ. Oh no. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Just mirror me, just for fun. He could try Ottomans. Ottomans would be a viable choice, but who knows? Who knows where his mind is at this point? He's not talking. I don't know what he's doing. What's the Juanito doing? Is he like actually afraid of me playing Korea? Where's he again? Speak! Speak! Say something, Juanito. Say something, Juanita Pluana. Say something. I don't know what you're thinking. Ugh. Fine. Alright, I'll go India. No fun. Alright. Will this fix it? Yeah, why don't we try what Rommel did? Yeah, that'd be cool.
Are you ready?
Hey, good. Alright. I might be able to beat his Korea with India. Let's see. Let's see what I can do. Indonesia, good map. Alright. Alright, let's see how good I remember Indians in Wars of Liberty. Oh, we both get a church, so we get to trickle XP. This is awesome.
तैयार हाँ आदेश
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
तैयार हाँ मैं हमला हाँ हमला तैयार हाँ मैं करूँगा तैयार मैं कर हाँ
हाँ, मैं जा रहा हूँ। हाँ।
हाँ मैं हाँ सब मैं करूँगा
आदेश
मैं लकड़हारा
हेलो हाँ लकादारा
आदेश हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ हाँ मैं करूँगा आदेश साई मैं करूँगा हाँ आदेश हाँ हमला तैयार आदेश साई हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ, साई मैं करूँगा आदे हाँ हाँ हाँ तैयार हाँ तैयार समय हाँ
हेलो मैं जा रही मकान बनाने वाला
By the way, I call this deck DE because this is relatively the same deck I would run in Definitive Edition for Indians
लकड़हारा
in the ranked ladder. So it's very competitive and strong,
आदि हाँ
and has all the stuff you need to run a proper India deck. Yeah. I don't think everybody knew that I actually run this. Yeah, this is my primary ranked deck in Definitive Edition for Indians. So if it works there, it should probably work here too. Just saying.
हाँ साई आदे में साई तैयार हाँ साई हाँ मैं हाँ साई हाँ साई हाँ साई आदेश मैं करूँगा तैयार मैं करूँगा
हेलो हाँ
हाँ मैं करूँगा साई मैं कर साई
हाँ मैं करूँगा शिकार में हाँ शिकार है
तैयार में हाँ
हेलो सही मकान बनाने वाला
हेलो लकड़हारा तैयार आदि शिकारी
आदेश
तैयार मैं जा रही हूँ
समय करूंगा, समय करूंगा, हाँ समय करूंगा, साई मैं करूंगा, आदे साई
हेलो
हाँ सही
हाँ
आदेश सही मैं जा शिकार है
आदेश मैं करूंगा, हाँ तैयार समय कर साई
तैयार मैं सही मकान बनाने वाला
मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ मैं कर हाँ
हाँ आदेश मैं साई
हेलो शिकारी
तैयार मैं करूंगा,
तैयार लकड़हारा हाँ मैं करूंगी आदेश तैयार सही आदेश हेलो मकान बनाने वाला हाँ कमाने वाला
हाँ तैयार साई
हाँ शिकार है शिकार है
हेलो शिकारी आदि हाँ सही
हेलो हाँ आदेश शिकार है
हाँ मैं कर शिकारी शिकारी तैयार शिकारी
हाँ मैं साई
यार
तैयार मैं साई मैं कर हाँ साई मैं करूँ साई मैं करूँगा, हाँ हमला
आदेश हाँ सही
आदेश मैं हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए
हाँ मैं साई मैं हाँ साई
हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार हाँ
आदि सही मैं जा रही हूँ
स्वर्गामी है
शिकारी हाँ सही लकड़हारा शिकारी शिकारी
तैयार हाँ हाँ मैं हाँ
अनेक हाँ
आदेश
हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ युद्ध को तैयार हाँ
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर
तैयार
है,
मारने वाला
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है, हाँ
आज लकड़हारा मैं करूंगी
स्वर्गामी है
लगाने मैं जा रहा हूँ
हाँ मैं हाँ मकान बनाने वाला हेलो शिकारी तैयार मैं जा रही मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ मैं करूँगा तैयार मैं जा रहा हूँ
तैयार मैं करूँगा साई मैं करूँगा साई मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ हाँ साई हमला हाँ समय करूँगा हाँ
मैं करूँगा
हाँ सही
आदेश समय करूँ हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ साई मैं करूँ हाँ मैं करूँ हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा
आगमने वाला
मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ तैयार मैं करूँगा
तैयार साई
तैयार मैं सही
आदेश मैं जा रहा हूँ युद्ध
हम तैयार है
आदेश युद्ध करना हमला युद्ध हमला युद्ध करना युद्ध करने के लिए
हाँ
तैयार हमला युद्ध युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ तैयार
तैयार मैं करूँगी
हाँ हमला
हेलो लगादारा
तैयार
तैयार साई
हाँ मैं हाँ
अरे लगादारा
आदेश
हाँ सही मैं जा रहा हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
मैं साई
हेलो मैं कमाने वाला आदेश मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा
आदेश
लकड़हारा
हाँ मैं करूँगा
तैयार साई हाँ साई
हेलो
आदेश शिकारी हेलो
आदेश मैं जा रही शिकारी
आदेश मैं साई हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ साई मैं करूँगा हाँ शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है हाँ मैं करूँगा साई हमला आदेश हमला मैं हमला हाँ हाँ समय साई मैं करूँगा हाँ साई मैं करूँगा हाँ
हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार समय करूँ साई मैं करूँगा हाँ हाँ
तैयार मैं हाँ
आदेश हाँ
आदेश मैं करूँगी मकान बनाने वाला मैं सही मकान बनाने वाला
हेलो लगादारा
तैयार लकड़हारा मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार मैं साई
आदेश
लगादारा
हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा
हाँ साई tayya me say.
Emrin. Evet. Tamam haydi bakalım.
हाँ लकड़हारा
तैयार
आदे साई
लकड़हारा
हेलो सही जा रहा हूँ या हेलो लकादारा या लकादारा सही मैं करूँगा
देख हाँ मैं करूँगा मैं हाँ
हाँ मैं करूँगा
या मैं सही मकान बनाने वाला
आदे समय मैं करूँगा हाँ समय हाँ मैं करूँगा साई मैं करूँगा साई हाँ साई मैं करूँगा हाँ साई मैं हमला समय हमला हाँ समय करूँगा हमला साई हाँ समय साई
तैयार युद्ध करने के लिए मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
मैं करूंगी शिकारी
देश मैं जा रहा हूँ
स्वर्गामी
मैं हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
समय का साई समय साई
तैयार मैं देख तैयार मैं जा रहा हूँ अरे मैं
अरे हाँ ये सही करूँ मकान बनाने वाला
आदि हाँ सही मकान बनाने वाला
अरे हाँ हाँ सही मैं जा रहा मकान बनाने वाला हेलो तुम दाने वाला
मैं जा रहा हूँ
यार लगातार
हाँ युद्ध हमला मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं करूँगा
मैं करूँ हाँ लकड़हारा
हाँ
हेलो हाँ कमाने वाला खुरक तुम दाने वाला
मैं हाँ
या सही लकादारा शिकार है
आदेश
हाँ लकादारा कमाने वाला
मैं हाँ
Evet.
तैयार हाँ सही मैं जा रही हूँ
Emre'ye hücum.
आदेश तैयार युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए तैयार युद्ध नहीं करूँ हाँ आदेश मैं हाँ हमला युद्ध करने के लिए तैयार नहीं करूँगा हमला हाँ आदेश तैयार हाँ तैयार युद्ध करने के लिए आदेश तैयार मैं हाँ मैं हाँ आदेश
आदेश लकड़हारा
या मैं जा रहा हूँ लकादारा हाँ खुरक तुम दाने वाला अरे सही हाँ शिकार है
हाँ मैं नहीं करूँगा
या मैं हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ हाँ सही कमाने वाला हाँ मैं कमाने वाला
हेलो मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं हाँ मैं करूँगा मैं हाँ
हाँ सही लकादारा मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार मैं करूँगा
आदेश हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
या मैं हाँ मैं कमाने वाला
तैयार मैं जा रहा हूँ
कमाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा
या सही करूँगा मैं जा रहा हूँ अरे हाँ मैं करूँगा मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा
हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ
मकान बनाने वाला हेलो मकान बनाने वाला हाँ हेलो मकान बनाने वाला सही मकान बनाने वाला सही मकान बनाने वाला हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
मैं करूँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
या हेलो मकान बनाने वाला या अकादारा
आदेश
शिकार है हाँ सही खुरक तुंदाने वाला
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं करूँगा
हेलो मैं जा रहा हूँ खुरक तुंदाने वाला
हाँ मैं जा रही मकान बनाने वाला आदेश मकान बनाने वाला तैयार मकान बनाने वाला मकान बनाने वाला
या खुरक तुंदाने वाला मैं जा रहा हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा
या अकादारा मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ खुराक ढूंढने वाला आदेश मैं जा हाँ लकड़हारा
अरे अकादारा सही मैं जा रहा हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
This is the last resort thing you can do with India if you're dealing with all the spearman stuff. Get a ton of Arumus and just whip them. Whip them Indiana Jones style with their whip swords.
मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
सही
मैं जा रहा हूँ
अरे हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं करूँगा
हमला
हाँ मैं युद्ध
हाँ
मैं
हमला
Yeah, good match. Good one. Yeah, let's do another one.
Yes.
I know what to do now. I know how to handle this. I had it wrong from the start. Yeah. I know what to do now. Alright. Du det big answer. Top Conqueror said, "Hi, bro. Hey, Bebeder, how you doing? And how's the Top Conquerors community doing? Still watching my content, I hope. Yeah, it's pretty good. So make sure everybody at Top Conquerors is tuned into Unstoppable Steletsy gameplay content as well as casted game stuff too. You won't regret, trust me. It's always good stuff in the neighborhood here, for sure. So yeah, big time." I'll just run this again. I knew where I messed up on. I made the assumption that I could overpower Huachas with my elephants, but I can't, sadly. Nope, you just can't. Just can't do it, man. You just don't have the stats for it, so yeah, no. I mean, Jeff, I think, is going to have a fun time watching these, so this should be good, right? Yeah, for sure. You ready? You ready, Frey? I'm ready. If you're ready.
Sai. Me sai. Me sai. अरे मैं करूँगा.
लकड़हारा तैयार लकड़हारा
साई मैं हमला. तैयार. मैं करूँगा. मैं करूँगा. मैं तैसाई. आदेश. समय कर. समय. तैयार. समय. समय. मैं साई. साई. अरे मैं साई. मैं साई. मैं समय करूँगा.
हेलो लकादारा.
हेलो मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार. साई. मैं
लकड़हारा
यार मैं शिकारी.
आदेश मैं समय हाँ समय कर हाँ साई आदेश मैं समय करूंगा हाँ समय हाँ आदेश मैं हाँ तैयार साई
आज मैं करूंगी। हाँ सही। शिकारी आदेश शिकारी।
चलो शिकार है। हाँ हेलो आदेश मैं जा रहा हूँ। मकान बनाने वाला।
हेलो। हाँ हाँ।
आदेश
हाँ मैं करूँगा। शिकार है।
तैयार हाँ हाँ आदेश साई
आदेश यार सही मैं करूँगा। मैं जा रहा हूँ।
तैयार सही। शिकारी
आदेश मैं जा रहा हूँ।
आदेश शिकार है। यार आदेश हेलो यार
हाँ?
हाँ शिकार है।
तैयार आदेश हाँ मैं करूंगा
हेलो शिकार है।
आज मैं समय करूँ। शिकारी हेलो।
तैयार हाँ
हाँ सही। मकान बनाने वाला।
तैयार सही। मैं जमाने वाला।
आदेश मैं हाँ साई
आदेश हाँ।
हाँ मैं साई
हाँ सही। मैं शिकारी
तैयार मैं हाँ मैं करूंगा हाँ मैं करूंगा
हेलो
हेलो। मैं करूँगी। सही। शिकारी
यार आदेश मैं करूँ। शिकार है।
हाँ साई
आदेश हाँ कमाने वाला
हेलो यार मैं जा रहा हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
आदेश शिकारी
तय हाँ
हेलो लकड़हारा
या लकादारा हेलो लकादारा हाँ सही मैं करूँगा
तैयार खुराक ढूंढने वाला
हाँ साई साई तैयार मैं साई हाँ मैं करूँगा
आदेश शिकारी या शिकारी हाँ
हाँ शिकारी
अरे हाँ साई तैयार हाँ हाँ मैं करूँगा
आदेश शिकारी
अरे मैं करूँगा
हाँ लकड़हारा
यार शिकारी आदेश लकादारा
हेलो सही मैं करूँगी
हाँ साई मैं करूँगा
तैयार मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
अरे साई मैं करूँगा तैयार समय मैं करूँगा हाँ साई
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ।
अरे मैं साई
हमला तैयार हमला हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ। हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए मैं करूँगा मैं जा रहा हूँ। तैयार हाँ मैं करूँगा।
हेलो सही मकान बनाने वाला या मैं जा रहा हूँ मकान बनाने वाला हाँ
हाँ मैं जा रही मैं करूँगी शिकारी हेलमेट हाँ शिकारी तैयार खुराक ढूंढने वाला
यार आदेश हाँ
अरे तैयार
यार आदेश खुराक तुम दाने वाला
आदेश
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
हेलो खुराक ढूंढने वाला
आदेश मैं जा हाँ हमला युद्ध करने के लिए
आदेश या लकादारा
स्वर्गामी है।
आदेश
तैयार हाँ आदेश युद्ध करने के लिए तैयार हमला
हाँ हेलो लकादारा हाँ लकादारा
हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए
हेलो हाँ सही मकान बनाने वाला हेलो लकादारा आदेश लकादारा
आदेश मैं करूंगा मैं जा रहा हाँ
हेलो लकादारा
हाँ मैं हाँ मैं करूंगा
आदेश हाँ सही मकान बनाने वाला हाँ हाँ आदर करूंगा हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ या लकादारा हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं करूंगा हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए आदेश हाँ हाँ तैयार युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए तैयार हाँ आदेश ने कहा सही मकान बनाने वाला
आदेश हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ हाँ मैं जा रहा
हाँ मैं जा रही हूँ खुराक ढूंढने वाला
या लकादारा
हाँ मैं करूंगा
मैं जा रहा हूँ हेलो मैं जा रहा हूँ शिकारी यार हाँ शिकारी
मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
आदर्श हाँ हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ हाँ मैं करूँगा आदर्श हाँ
हाँ मैं करूंगा
हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए
मैं हाँ
आधा जा रहा हूँ
मैं जा रहा हूँ युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ मैं युद्ध करने के लिए तैयार मैं करूँगा युद्ध करने के लिए
तैयार
देख मैं करूँगा
हाँ
तैयार
आदेश
आदेश तैयार लकड़हारा
हाँ लकादारा
हाँ मैं हाँ
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है।
हाँ हाँ हेलो सही मैं जा रहा हूँ
मैं करूँगा मैं जा रहा हूँ
हेलो मैं जा सही शिकारी मैं सही मकान बनाने वाला
तैयार हाँ
हाँ मैं करूँगा
आधा मैं करूँगा हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ, लकड़हारा
तैयार
हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं हाँ मकान बनाने वाला हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ मैं करूँगा मैं जा रहा हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा हाँ मैं करूँगा जा रहा हूँ जा रहा हूँ
हेलो हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ हेलो मैं कमाने वाला
आदेश साई मैं करूँ साई
युद्ध करने के लिए
युद्ध करने के लिए
समय समय का साई हाँ मैं समय हाँ मैं हाँ
कमाने वाला
हाँ
आदेश मैं करूँगी मकान बनाने वाला
आदेश
देख मैं करूँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
हाँ
Hazır. Evet. Haydi bakalım. Evet. Tamam. Tamamdır. Haydi bakalım.
आदर्श जा रहा हूँ
Emrin. Tamamdır. Evet.
ताई मैं हाँ
तैयार हाँ युद्ध करने के लिए
Evet. İleri marş. Hazır. Tamam. Evet. Hücum. Evet. Evet. Hücum.
युद्ध करने के लिए
Hazır. Haydi. Evet.
आदेश सही मकान बनाने वाला
मैं हाँ मकान बनाने वाला
हेलो मैं करूँगी मकान बनाने वाला
हाँ लकादारा
लकड़हारा
अरे लकादारा
हाँ कमाने वाला हेलो कमाने वाला
यार खुराक तुम दाने वाला
हाँ मैं करूँगा
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ
तैयार समय साई
Hazır.
आदेश मैं करूँगा मैं करूँगा साई मैं करूँगा साई मैं कर साई मैं करूँगा
Evet. Hazır. Evet. İleri marş.
ताई मैं करूँगा हाँ
Evet. Haydi, haydi tamamdır. Emri. Evet. Haydi bakalım. Evet. Hazır. Evet.
आदेश
Evet. Tamamdır. Hücum.
ताई हाँ
Evet. Evet.
आदेश हमला ताई मैं करूँगा हाँ हाँ
आदेश हाँ मैं करूँगा मैं हमला
ताई मैं करूँगा हमला मैं करूँगा हाँ हमला मैं हाँ
Hazır. İleri marş.
ताई सब हमला
Emrin. Tamamdır. Hücum.
मैं हमला
Hazır. Tamamdır. Haydi. Evet. Hücum.
आदेश ताई हमला
Evet. Tamamdır. Hazır. Haydi bakalım. Evet. Tamamdır. İleri marş.
साई हमला मैं करूँगा
Evet.
हेलो मैं करूँगा मकान बनाने वाला यार लगातारा
Evet. Evet. Hücum. Evet. Tamamdır. Hücum.
तैयार हमला
Hücum.
मैं जा रहा हूँ
हमला
आदर्श
तैयार साई
जा रहा हूँ
आदि मैं करूँगा
हेलो मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
लगातारा आदर्श करूँगा
युद्ध करने के लिए
युद्ध करने के लिए जा रहा हूँ
आदि मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला हेलो मैं जा रही हूँ मकान बनाने वाला
यार लगातारा करने के
चलिए मार सकता है
आदर्श युद्ध करने के लिए जा रहा
हाँ साई हाँ मैं करूँगा
युद्ध करने के लिए
हमला
मैं हमला
तैयार हमला
युद्ध करने के लिए
मैं करूँगा या साई
Hazır. Evet. İleri marş.
अरे नहीं सा मैं करूँगा
करूंगा युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ
Emret. Hücum.
भैया हाँ हाँ भैया युद्ध करना
Hazır. İleri marş.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
Evet. Evet. İleri marş. Evet.
भैया
Hazır. Hücum. İleri marş.
हाँ युद्ध करने
Evet. Hücum. İleri marş. Haydi tamamdır. Hücum. Haydi bakalım. İleri marş. Evet. İleri hücum. İleri marş. Evet. Hücum. Evet. Hücum.
तैयार मैं जा रहा हूँ
Evet. İleri marş.
युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ हाँ हमला
Hazır. Evet.
आदर्श युद्ध हमला हाँ हमला तैयार हाँ हाँ हमला युद्ध करने के लिए
मैं करूँगा
हाँ तैयार अब युद्ध हाँ हाँ हमला
मैं करूँ युद्ध करने के लिए
तैयार युद्ध करने के लिए हाँ तैयार करूँगा
तैयार मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है
Hello.
Yeah, if you want to do another one, sure.
Yes.
Sure. Absolutely. Up to you, man. Yeah, let's do another one now. The goods. Ugh. He's preparing a deck. Alright, I'll wait for him. Why would he play Japan against Korea? Why? Why? Why would you do that, son? Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, señor? I don't know, dude. It's looking for pain, I guess. I'll administer it, though. Without remorse.
Are you ready?
Are we doing this or what? Oh. Where's he waiting for me to pick a different civ? There we go.
명령. 그러니까 그러니까 할게. 그러 실시. 사움.
이도 그러죠. 실시. 사냥꾼.
네, 그렇 사냥꾼.
명령. 안녕하세요. 그러니까 할게. 명령. 그러니까 할게. 그러지요. 실시. 준비. 공격.
예? 목수.
안녕하세요. 명령. 그러니까 할게.
예, 그러죠. 사냥꾼.
저요? 실시.
그러니까 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 그러니까 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 준비 그러니까 할게. 그러지요. 아니요. 실시. 그러니까 실시. 그러니까 실시. 그러니까 할게. 그러니까 할게.
Got my soft plus crony bear to hug tightly in the way, so we'll probably win this quite easily, right? All can hope. Get some of that iris hopium on me, my crony bear.
실시. 그러니까 할게. 사움. 그러니까 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 그러니까 할게. 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 그러지요. 명령. 안녕하세요. 총격. 준비. 안녕하세요. 돌격.
대기. 이도 실시. 실시. 사냥꾼. 예? 사냥꾼.
그러니까 그러지요. 그러니까 그러지요. 그러니까 할게. 그러지요.
예. 이동. 사냥꾼. 예? 실시.
도와주세요. 난 상처를 입었어요.
저요? 이동. 그러죠. 사냥꾼.
도와주세요. 난 상처를 입었어요. 준비.
Crane Bear Civ is one of my best civs ever in this, so it should be easy.
예, 나무꾼.
대기 실시 목수 준비
대기 실 사냥꾼. 예, 이동. 그러죠. 그러죠. 실시 이동. 사냥꾼.
이동 사냥
나무꾼.
네 그러죠. 목수
준비. 그러죠.
저요 사냥꾼 예 그러죠. 목수 네
예, 목수. 저요? 나무꾼.
예 그러죠. 대기 사냥꾼
예, 사냥꾼. 저요? 준비. 이동. 사냥꾼.
사냥꾼
예, 이동. 준비. 실시. 목수. 예,
실시 예
예, 나무꾼.
저요
예, 사냥꾼.
예 중 출동
이동. 사냥꾼.
예 준비 이동 목수
대기 출동 준비 출동 예 대기 출동 실시
네 이동 목수 나무꾼
예 실시 준비 출동 돌격
Готов. В атаку.
대기 출동 기공 진격
Приказ.
준비 이 출동 실출동 공격
Да, да.
대기 진격 준비해 준비 대기 예
Приказ. Да. Будет сделано. Да. Да.
준비 출동
이동 나무꾼
이동 사냥꾼
예 사냥꾼
대기 출동
Что будет сделано?
네 실시 목수
예
Да.
예 주칠시 사냥꾼
예
대기 이 실시 공격
광부 그러죠 이동 그러죠 사냥꾼
준비
네예
예 공격 돌고 예 준비 돌격
예네 소항
Да.
나무꾼
준비 그러죠 목수
이칠 사냥꾼
예 출동 준비 실시
예 이칠시 목수
예 대기 실시
저요 나무꾼 예 광부
예 실시 준비 실시 대기 출동 출동 실시 대기 출동 예 진격 준비 실시 공격 예 돌격 공격 진격 실시 돌격
Готов. Да.
대기 공진격 이 출동 돌진격 실시 공돌격 대기 돌지 공격 예 돌진격 대기 공격 준비 예 출동 이 출동
준 이동 실 나무꾼
대기 진격 예 대기 공격 이출 실시 예 준비 실시 예 예 실시 대출 예 예 실시
예 이 들어져 목수
대기
실시. 목수.
준비. 예. 출동. 예. 예. 출동. 예. 출동.
이끌어 목수.
대기. 실시. 예. 예. 예. 출동. 실시. 예. 대기. 예. 출동. 준비. 실시. 돌격. 예. 공 돌격. 준비. 실 진격. 예. 출동. 공 진격. 실시. 대기. 실시. 예. 출동. 예. 출동. 준비. 출동. 예. 출동. 실시. 실시. 대기. 공진격. 예. 공격. 돌격. 공 돌격. 예. 진돌 공격. 중진 공진격. 예. 돌격. 예. 진격. 준비. 예. 돌진격. 대공 돌격. 준비. 진돌진격.
Будет сделано.
예. 이동. 목수. 나무꾼. 나무꾼.
나무꾼.
이동. 나무꾼. 예. 나무꾼.
예. 출동. 예. 공격. 대출동. 돌격.
준비. 나무꾼.
예. 출동.
예. 이끌어줘. 목수. 이끌어줘.
대기. 진격. 공격.
저요. 사냥꾼.
예. 예.
이동. 목수.
예. 예.
실시. 목수.
대기. 예.
예. 나무꾼.
나무꾼.
실시. 실시. 이동. 끌어줘. 사냥꾼.
예.
실시. 목수.
예. 예. 대출 실시. 예. 출동. 예.
Что? Будет сделано.
공격.
В атаку.
대출동. 돌진격. 실시. 공격. 대기. 출동. 실시. 출동. 준비. 대기. 공격.
В атаку.
예. 대기. 돌진 공격. 예. 대기. 실시. 준비. 돌격. 대진 돌격. 예. 진 공격. 대기. 진격. 예. 공돌 진격. 대기. 돌 공격. 이 출동. 돌진 공격. 나무꾼. 대기. 예. 중시. 예. 이출 실시. 중이 출동. 예. 예. 준비 출동.
대기 나무꾼. 예 나무꾼. 예 이동. 실사냥꾼.
예 이동. 사냥꾼.
대기.
Готов. Да, будет сделано. Да, в атаку.
실시 목수.
Приказ.
대기 나무꾼.
Готов. Да, будет сделано.
준 실시 목수.
실시.
Да, будет сделано.
예 이동. 실시 사냥꾼.
네, 이 사냥꾼.
Да, да.
예. 출동. 예.
Приказ. Сделаю. Будет сделаю.
대기 출동. 중시. 예.
Готов. Да.
돌지 공격. 중예. 돌진격. 대기 돌지 돌격. 예. 대기. 예. 공격. 예. 공기 돌격. 출동. 공 돌지 돌격. 예. 공돌격. 공진 공격. 예. 돌 공격. 출동. 돌격. 예. 돌지 공격. 예. 공 돌격. 중공 돌격.
네. 실시. 그러죠. 실시. 그러죠.
대기. 그러죠. 이동.
예. 예. 출동. 예. 돌격. 공격. 대기. 출동. 예. 예. 실시. 공돌진. 대기. 이출시. 예.
준비. 이동. 사냥꾼.
예 실시. 대기. 이동. 실시. 사냥꾼. 예.
광부.
그러죠. 예 광부.
예. 실시. 출동. 중대공 돌격. 예. 중지 공격. 대기 돌 돌격. 대기. 돌 공격. 중지 돌격.
Бой. Что в атаку.
대기. 기동지 돌격. 기동 돌격.
Бой.
예. 출동. 실시.
I gotta get my archers back to here. keep trying to force this guy out and he keeps getting more troops. I don't know how he's getting all these numbers from. How much villages does he even have? Like, I keep taking his shrines out and he keeps coming back with these large armies and stuff. It's like, really? Unbelievable. I'm gonna have to get some watches, I think. Just spray him down with those. Mow him down like a lawnmower with those things. Won't be doing that much longer. Yeah, no. Probably just get this. Righteous Fires, that's good. Then we can drop it right on top of his artillery and his skirmishers. Send him reeling for a bit.
예, 그러죠. 목수. 예, 목수.
준비.
대기. 예, 목수.
나 들어줘. 실시 사냥꾼.
좀 출동.
예, 실시. 사냥꾼. 예, 이동. 목수.
대기 실시.
나무꾼.
예.
예, 사냥꾼.
준비 공돌격. 대출동지 공격.
들어줘.
270 이동. 광부. 광부. 270 광부.
이출동 시에. 중출 실시.
나무꾼. 예, 사냥꾼. 예, 대기. 그런 사냥꾼.
예, 실시. 돌진격. 실시. 예. 예. 출동. 대기. 실시. 진격. 돌지 공격. 대출. 예. 돌격. 예. 돌진격. 돌격. 실시. 예. 공격. 예. 출동.
출동.
대기. 돌격. 예, 준비, 이출 공격, 이돌 진격, 이돌 출동, 준비 실시 공격, 진격, 대기, 돌격, 진 공격, 돌격, 예, 공지 공격, 준비해, 지출 공 진격, 시돌격, 대기, 지 공격.
예.
64 vills? I thought I had 66 a moment ago. It means you shred our stuff. So I can get the coin there. Well, I'm gonna just shove them through.
예, 출동. 예.
저요. 준비. 사냥꾼.
예, 실시. 이출 예, 실시 이출동 예, 실시 돌 공격. 준비. 이출동 실시 진격. 예. 이 출동. 예. 대출 실시. 이 출동. 이 출. 예. 중출동 돌진격. 돌격. 대시. 예. 진격. 예. 돌격. 준비 실시. 대기 진격. 예. 이 실시.
실시. 그러죠.
대출동. 예. 실시. 예. 출시 공격. 출시. 예. 이 출시 돌격. 진 공격. 예. 돌 공격. 돌진격. 대기 돌공진 공격. 돌공진 돌진 진격 돌격. 예. 진격. 대기. 예. 출시. 예. 공격.
이동.
준비. 사냥꾼. 그러죠. 사냥꾼.
네, 실시.
출동 시 돌진격. 공진격. 대기 출동 공돌격. 예. 공격. 준비 공격. 대기 출동. 예.
예, 사냥꾼 이동. 사냥꾼.
대기. 이동. 사냥꾼.
실시. 목수.
예. 실시. 대출 예.
나무꾼.
예. 준비 돌격. 예. 출기 돌격. 이 공격. 대기. 출동. 대기 실시. 예. 이 출동. 준비. 예. 출진 공격. 출동 진 예. 대기 출시 공격.
예.
예. 예. 출동 진공 돌격. 진기 실시. 출동 실시. 이 출동. 준비. 대기 출시. 예.
예. 나무꾼. 광부.
이동. 목수.
출시. 예.
출동.
예. 대시 출동. 이 출동. 이 실시. 예. 중출 실시. 이 출동. 실시.
준비. 대기.
예. 실시. 목수.
대출 예.
나무꾼. 그러죠. 네, 소함. 실시. 나무꾼.
이동. 나무꾼.
예. 준비.
예, 그러죠. 목수.
예, 예.
예, 나무꾼.
예, 출동. 예, 실시. 예, 출동. 준비. 예, 준비. 돌격. 예, 이 출시. 예, 출동.
네, 영영. 예, 네, 소, 예, 네, 소, 네, 예, 네. 게, 주의.
대기. 예, 출동. 실시. 출동. 공격. 예, 이 돌격. 이 출동. 이 출동. 진격.
번개 주의.
공격. 실시 공기 공격. 예, 진격. 진격. 대기에 공진 돌격. 대기. 이 실시.
이동. 목수.
준비. 그러죠. 목수.
목수.
예, 출동. 예, 실시. 예, 출동. 예.
네.
At this point, it's just a waste of my time. Did you see how much gold I spent this whole... Like, what? It's like he's cheating or something with stats. Like, what the... Whoa. That's not normal. Like, that shouldn't be happening. Like, you know how much gold I burned? How was he able to do that with skirms? He wasn't up to industrial age or anything. Like, I don't know how he was doing that. Like, I don't know. Good old Japan. Yeah. I hope I don't have to deal with that in the PK tournament at all. Because, you know, I'm probably going to run into Ashigaru spammers doing that sort of thing. Yeah, basically. Ugh. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. But, thank you for coming to the stream, everybody. I'm kind of getting tired of wasting my time on this poop right now. So, see you tomorrow for the big day. We'll be streaming a new game tomorrow. Sign off now.